sleeping with a beautiful teacher. There was a hole in the wall of my rental room, and I saw the gorgeous teacher next door. Chapter 1: The Beautiful Teacher Next Door. The tenant I shared a room with was called Tang Yuxin, who was an absolute beauty and my head teacher. She had a delicate appearance, a tall figure, and a pair of long and thin legs. Any man who saw her would be tempted to have wild thoughts. I lived with her for more than half a month, but I never dared to talk to her. Once, I found a hole in the wall. Lying on the wall, I could actually see Tang Yuxin's room clearly. This made me very excited and I couldn't resist my inner desire. Every night after Tang Yuxin returned to her room, I couldn't help but lie on the wall to secretly admire her. That night, I heard the door outside ring and knew that Tang Yuxin was back. I quickly lay on the wall again, ready to peek. Tang Yuxin loved cleanliness very much. The first thing she did every night when she came back was to put on a thin nightgown and go to the bathroom to take a shower. This made me unable to extricate myself, and the whole person was on fire. But the scene I saw today made my heart beat faster and my pupils shrank. Today, not only Tang Yuxin returned to the room, but also a bloated and obese middle-aged man. Tang Yuxin's white and delicate face was a little red, and a black professional dress showed her perfect figure. A pair of slender legs were wrapped in a thin black smock. As soon as she entered the door, she was pressed down on the bed by the bloated and obese middle-aged man. Their high heels were thrown off, and a pair of small beautiful feet jumped out. And the middle-aged man turned out to be the director of our school. After seeing this unbearable scene, my eyes suddenly became confused. Although Tang Yuxin was very cold, she had never spoken to me in the more than half a month I lived here. At school, she was also cold when she saw me, and she didn't show any special care to me because I lived with her. But, in my heart, she has always been a goddess who is high above. Even when I saw her underwear drying in the bathroom, I only dared to touch it with my hands, and never dared to smell it with my nose. When she was changing clothes, I felt guilty after peeking at her. I felt like I had desecrated the goddess. But now, she made me feel sick. My stomach was churning and I felt like vomiting. I couldn't accept that the goddess who was so high up in my heart would do such a thing with the bloated and obese director. The director had a family, and I heard that his son was already in junior high school. I remember one time, the director slapped a scoundrel in our class twice. The scoundrel was so angry that he threatened to go to his son's middle school to beat his son. Seeing the director covering Tang Yuxin's mouth, Tang Yuxin kept making painful sounds. His bloated and obese body formed a sharp contrast with Tang Yuxin's white and slender body. I felt sour in my heart and felt a little uncomfortable. What made me hate myself even more was that I saw this unbearable scene and even reacted shamefully. The director and Tang Yuxin moved very fast. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the director kissed Tang Yuxin hard. "You are such a deadly little devil. I am almost killed by you." After hearing what the director said, Tang Yuxin laughed softly, pushed the director's fat body away and said, "You are useless. You can't do it after just 2 times." When I saw Tang Yuxin laughing so cheaply, my heart couldn't help but shudder. "Har har, you can't blame me for this. It's mainly because you are too charming. With such a beautiful woman like you, who can last so long." The director laughed obscenely and pinched Tang Yuxin's snow-white jade legs with his big hand. "Brother Liu, my job as deputy director." Tang Yuxin opened her thin lips slightly, ready to bloom. "I promise to solve it for you within a month." Looking at Tang Yuxin's shy look, the director took Tang Yuxin's jade hand and kissed it gently. Then, Tang Yuxin and the director entangled for a while, and the two said a lot of disgusting words. Maybe they knew I lived next door, so they spoke in low voices, but I could still hear them clearly while I was lying on the wall. After the director finally got dressed, Tang Yuxin thought for a while and said, "Brother Liu, look at the house you rented for me, it's not good at all. A silly student came to live with me, making us feel like thieves when we are together. Why don't you take more money and rent the whole house, so that it will be more convenient for us to be together? Hey, the tigress at home is very strict. The salary card is all with her, and I spent all my extra money on you. Overcome it, and change us to a better base camp later." As he said, the director took out 500 yuan from his suit pocket and put it on the table. Lying on the wall, I couldn't help but sneer at this scene. I thought to myself that Tang Yuxin was really cheap, selling herself for 500 yuan. If I gave her 500 yuan, could I also take advantage of it? You are stupid to say that I am a silly student. After the director left, Tang Yuxin began to clean up the room. I didn't expect that Tang Yuxin and the director had such a relationship. No wonder she became a class teacher at such a young age. I felt that there was nothing to see, so I was ready to sit down and calm down, and digest what I had just seen. Looking at my pants again, I felt like my body was on fire, burning uncomfortably. Still a little reluctant, I was ready to take another look at Tang Yuxin's beautiful appearance. However, when I leaned on the wall again, I was stunned again. At this time, Tang Yuxin had already tidied up the messy bed and changed into a silk nightgown. But she didn't sleep, but lay flat and stretched her hand too. Fuck, when I saw this scene, I became even more uncomfortable. I guess the director was too fast and Tang Yuxin didn't get enough. Tang Yuxin was the only one left, without the director blocking her, and I could see the whole scene very clearly at this time. And I finally couldn't help it, and I solved it while peeking. When Tang Yuxin finished, I couldn't help but sigh. Although the matter between Tang Yuxin and the director made me feel uncomfortable, I have to admit that she is indeed a beauty. Chapter 2: A small reward from a beautiful teacher. Tang Yuxin's feet are small, soft and boneless, and the red nail polish on them is very conspicuous. I never dreamed that Tang Yuxin would take the initiative to touch me. At that time, my body was like being electrocuted, and I couldn't help shrinking. At the same time, my face turned red. And she seemed to have expected my reaction. With a subtle look in her eyes, she laughed tremblingly at my embarrassment. Bitch! At this moment, I wanted to press her on the bed immediately. Strip off her thin silk nightgown and humiliate her severely. I already know that her high and mighty appearance in the class is just an act. Privately, she is a very casual person and very needy. But before I could do anything, Tang Yuxin had already stood up. The smile on her face gradually faded, and she put her slender jade hand on my shoulder, patted it gently and said, "Be obedient, it will be good for you and me." Tang Yuxin's words seemed to be a comfort, but also a warning. Before I could say anything, Tang Yuxin left the room. When she left, the bedroom was filled with her body fragrance. Recalling the ambiguous scene just now, I couldn't help but feel annoyed that my reaction just now was a bit slow. The main reason is that I have too little contact with girls. Although I am already 18 years old, I always blush when I see beautiful women. The more I like someone, the less I dare to speak. Tang Yuxin is one of them. However, after what happened tonight, I feel that the distance between me and her has become much closer. Maybe in a few days, I will be able to taste the taste of having sex with Tang Yuxin like the director. When I think that it is my first time and I have never had sex with a girl, I feel a little excited. That night, my body was always hot, and I fell asleep a little bit in the second half of the night. The next morning, Tang Yuxin came to school at almost 10 o'clock. Although I live with her, we don't have many opportunities to meet in the morning. Usually, she gets up to take a shower and come to school when her class is about to start. It takes about 2 or 3 minutes to get from our shared house to school. It is a school district house, so the monthly rent is very expensive. When Tang Yuxin just walked into the class, I felt a sense of brightness. Today, Tang Yuxin was wearing a blue gauze top and a grey hip skirt. Flesh-colored stockings, tightly wrapped around her beautiful legs, exuding an attractive luster. When I thought of what happened last night, I couldn't help but react. If there is a kind of woman who is born to seduce men, then it must be a woman like her. Instantly, more than a dozen eyes greedily cast at Tang Yuxin. She attracted not only me, but also many boys in the class. And, when I stared at Tang Yuxin blankly, her eyes also looked at me, with a slight bend at the corner of her mouth, revealing a smile that only I and she could understand. Fuck. Tang Yuxin has delicate eyebrows and looks clean and beautiful. When she frowned, she was like an iceberg, keeping people away from her. But when she smiled, it was like the iceberg melting and the flowers blooming. In an instant, I seemed to feel that spring had come, and I was surrounded by birdsong and flowers. If I wasn't in school, I would have done something to her right now. How shameless! A contentious voice suddenly came from my side. The person who spoke was my deskmate, Lin Shanshan. She was beautiful, had a rich family, and was a good student. She was the most beautiful girl in the class. Maybe she was a little jealous of Tang Yuxin because she was beautiful, so she was unhappy when she saw everyone staring at Tang Yuxin. It was also because Tang Yuxin was standing on the podium, and when she looked at me and smiled, it was like she was looking at everyone laughing. Lin Shanshan didn't know the relationship between Tang Yuxin and me yet, and she sat next to me and said coldly, "Look at your silly look, how can a toad like you expect Tang Yuxin? Lin Shanshan's sarcasm woke me up from a dream. I couldn't help but look at her, and found that she had put on some makeup today, and her delicate mouth looked red and beautiful. She looked very pure in her school uniform, and at the same time, she had a little more charm. However, she is a little more immature than Tang Yuxin, and does not have the fatal attraction to me like Tang Yuxin. Besides, there is a special relationship between Tang Yuxin and me. Lin Shanshan is beautiful. I dare not talk to her for a long time when I sit with her. I feel nervous when I talk. I rarely talk to her and our relationship is average. She always bullies me because her family is rich and asks me to run errands for her to buy things. I am used to not talking, so I didn't say anything after listening to Lin Shanshan's words. I thought, if you know the relationship between Tang Yuxin and me, you will know how powerful I am. Like dementia. Seeing that I didn't speak, Lin Shanshan said another sarcastic sentence and stopped talking. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that Tang Yuxin is looking at me during class. Every time I meet her eyes, I can feel that her eyes are full of deep meaning. Because she sits next to me, Lin Shanshan also sees that Tang Yuxin always looks at me, and then looks at me with strange eyes. After class, come to my office. When the get out of class was about to end, Tang Yuxin came to my side and tapped my desk with her slender fingers. Why did Tang Yuxin ask you to come? Lin Shanshan was surprised. I didn't say anything, but I felt my face was red and my heart was beating fast. Tang Yuxin asked me to go to her office. I felt like it was a special signal. At this time, is she going to give me some small rewards? It must be because you always stare at me in a lewd way. I have to deal with you, you deserve it. Seeing that I didn't say anything, Lin Shanshan said another sentence. Although Lin Shanshan was a little jealous of Tang Yuxin was the head teacher, and we were all students. It must be a face-saving thing to get along with Tang Yuxin in the class. When Lin Shanshan saw that Tang Yuxin actually asked me to go to the office, she felt a little unbalanced, and she also wanted to make progress. After class, I went to Tang Yuxin's office. At that time, I was very nervous, and I reacted when I saw Tang Yuxin in the office. Then, blushing, she walked over to Tang Yuxin and said, "Teacher Tang, I'm here." Chapter 3: The female classmate with a bad mouth. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As time passed, an ambiguous atmosphere gradually filled the air between Tang Yuxin and me. She was leaning lazily against the door, looking at me coquettishly. I finally couldn't help it and pounced on her like a beast. However, when I was about to hug her and enjoy this beauty Tang Yuxin, she suddenly raised her long legs, gently pressed her high heels against my body and said, "So anxious. Why?" I was surprised, and my breathing seemed very uneven. "When you performed well, I should give you a little reward. But why do I feel that the reward you want is a bit too much?" Tang Yuxin looked at me with a smile, biting her lips lightly, as if she was acting coquettishly. And I, seeing her showing this cute look, wanted to eat her immediately. "Then, what do you want?" I was a little anxious, and my breathing became more uneven. Just as she said, I felt my eyes were a little hot, probably because of her greed. "I'll give you 3 choices. First, kiss my hand. Second, hug me. Third, touch my body gently," she said. What? I couldn't help but widen my eyes after hearing Tang Yuxin's 3 choices. Seeing that I was confused, Tang Yuxin walked back to the chair and sat down. Then, she gently put one beautiful leg on the other beautiful leg, and slightly raised her small feet in high heels. If you think I'm a casual person, then you must be wrong. I do have something with Director Liu, but not everyone can touch it. And the reason why I gave you some rewards is because I don't want to cause some unnecessary trouble. As for Director Liu, he really has to come to my house to rest at noon today, and he can't. So, I can only give you a small reward. If you think this reward is too small and you don't want it, then I can only apologize. Originally, I thought Tang Yuxin closed the door of the office to have a world-shaking battle with me. Now after hearing what she said, I was extremely disappointed. She had said everything I should say. What else could I say? At this moment, I only felt that Tang Yuxin's wrist was not ordinary strong. Unconsciously, I had been played in her palm. Even if I knew her secret, I still couldn't do anything to her. I was still too young. I was not as mature as Tang Yuxin. "Don't you want it?" "If you don't want it, I'll leave." Seeing that I didn't say anything, Tang Yuxin smiled and said, "Why don't you want it?" I was a little angry. Although it was just a small advantage, since she gave it to me for free, I would take advantage of it. Thinking of this, I began to stare at her body and think about which one to choose. If she didn't have that kind of relationship with the director, she could really be called a perfect goddess. A pair of jade hands are white and delicate, with slender fingers, like green onions. The body is well proportioned, like a piece of warm and soft jade. And her bulging top seemed to have a kind of magic, attracting my eyes all the time. Kiss her, but only her hand. Hug her, then you can't kiss her, nor can you touch her. If you just touch her alone, you can't feel her warmth. Damn, this Tang Yuxin is really good at arranging. Have you chosen? Tang Yuxin saw my eyes constantly moving around and asked me with a smile. I have chosen. I said. Oh? Which one do you choose? Tang Yuxin asked me. I choose. Just as I was about to say which one I chose, the door handle of the office was twisted twice. Then, someone knocked on the door. Teacher Tang, are you in the office? Suddenly someone turned the door of the office, which scared me. I saw that Tang Yuxin's face also changed slightly, and then hesitated and said, I'm here. Oh, open the door. Outside the door, it was Director Liu's voice. Tang Yuxin didn't have a class in the 4th period. Director Liu and Tang Yuxin must have agreed to come to see her and then go home to rest together. Seeing that Director Liu had already arrived, I felt a little anxious because I hadn't taken advantage of Tang Yuxin yet. Tang Yuxin also stood up and prepared to open the door for Director Liu. I was anxious and whispered to Tang Yuxin, I've chosen it. Let me touch it quickly. Director Liu is here. Let's talk about it in the evening. Tang Yuxin whispered to me and walked quickly to the door. Touch it before opening the door. I looked at Tang Yuxin's bulging clothes and became more anxious. Let's talk about it in the evening. Tang Yuxin suddenly became impatient. I didn't expect Tang Yuxin to be angry. I suddenly felt uncomfortable. Then, Tang Yuxin opened the door and said to Director Liu, Brother Liu, let's go. Yeah. When Tang Yuxin opened the door for Director Liu, I saw Director Liu glance at me. When he found that there were only Tang Yuxin and I in the office, his eyes began to become fierce. Instantly, my heart was in my throat. Teacher Yuxin, isn't this the student who lives with you? Director Liu stared at me and said nonchalantly. Not honest, I talked to him for a few words. Tang Yuxin also saw that I was scared, and looked at me with a hint of disdain. Oh. After another fierce look at me, Director Liu and Tang Yuxin walked down the stairs opposite the office. When the footsteps of Director Liu and Tang Yuxin gradually disappeared, I was stared at by Director Liu, and the feeling of fear in my heart still lingered. Director Liu, he is the school's teaching director. He can beat any student he wants in the school. Even the school boss dare not go against him. I am just an ordinary student, how can I not be afraid of him? And Tang Yuxin's disdainful eyes, like a steel needle, deeply pierced my heart. For the first time, I felt so undignified. I felt that Tang Yuxin looked down on me and didn't take me seriously at all. Especially the guilty look I showed in front of the director just now would definitely make her despise me even more. Chapter 4 Being Taught a Lesson by Han Xiyin. It was the first time I touched that part of a girl, which gave me a strange feeling. At the same time, I also discovered the specialness of Lin Shanshan and became interested in her again. The classroom was quiet, and everyone looked at us quietly. Suddenly, someone laughed, and then the whole class burst into laughter like a pot. The boys all looked at me with an expression of envy and jealousy, and laughed as if they were cheering. The girls covered their mouths and looked at Lin Shanshan with a gloating expression. After all, Lin Shanshan was the class flower, and there were many girls in the class who were jealous of her. Being laughed at by everyone, Lin Shanshan blushed and immediately lost face. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Are you sick? What are you laughing at? Whoever laughs again, get out. The monitor seemed to have a crush on Lin Shanshan. He looked at me with a gloomy expression and yelled at the classmates. But everyone was still laughing, not taking the monitor and Lin Shanshan seriously. Several hooligans in the class whistled, stood up at the back, leaned over and said to me loudly, Brother Yu, is Lin Shanshan's thing big? Knowing that they were teasing me, I just smiled awkwardly, while recalling the softness that my fingertips touched just now. Damn, if this could have something to do with Lin Shanshan, it would seem not bad. And Lin Shanshan and the monitor just shouted and kept maintaining order. Gradually, when everyone laughed enough, their voices in the class laughed. The teacher then spoke, "Okay, let's continue the class. When you go to the office to see your head teacher after class. Tang Yuxin is my head teacher, I'm not afraid at all." Lin Shanshan, on the other hand, looked at me with hatred and said, "When you wait until school is over." I didn't expect Lin Shanshan to want to hit me. I looked at her and was a little surprised. Then, she smiled disdainfully and said, "Okay, I'll wait. What else can she do to me as a girl?" It was Lin Shanshan, she really aroused my interest. Compared with Tang Yuxin, Lin Shanshan was a little more immature and less mature and sexy. But her skin was white and she had a pure temperament unique to girls. In the past, I felt that there was a world of distance between me and beautiful women. Now, I feel that beautiful women are not so far away. Unconsciously, I found that I began to be bolder and dared to talk casually with beautiful women like Lin Shanshan. After class, I saw the class monitor walk to Lin Shanshan with a serious face. Lin Shanshan saw the class monitor coming and seemed a little aggrieved, and then went out with the class monitor. After a while, the class monitor came back alone. As soon as I walked into the class, the monitor looked at me with a gloomy face and said, "When you are dead after school. Compared with the few hooligans in the class, they are real villains, just keep a distance from them." But the monitor is a hypocrite, full of morality in front of the teacher, but doing dirty things behind the scenes. I really looked down on people like the monitor, so I snorted disdainfully and ignored him. "Fuck you, who are you with?" The monitor was stunned for a moment, and immediately walked in front of me angrily. After hearing the monitor's questioning, I just glared at him fiercely and didn't say anything. "You are bitch, you are pretending to be a bitch." The monitor suddenly kicked me and scolded me loudly. "Li Ren, you wait." Looking at the dust on the school uniform pants, I finally couldn't help but speak. "Fuck you, I'm waiting." The monitor kicked me again, and then went back to his seat. When the monitor returned to his seat, several flatterers in the class looked at me and immediately ran to the monitor and said, "Monitor, what's wrong? You are so angry. Har har, when you, that little brat, dared to mess with Shanshan. After school, Shanshan has gone to see her sister. Shanshan wants to fuck him tonight." The monitor looked at me coldly and said, "Who is Shanshan's sister?" Several lackeys asked. "Har har, Han Xin," said the monitor. When I heard the name Han Xin, my face turned pale. Although I am not a gangster, I still know the names of several influential people in the school. Han Xin is a famous female gangster in the school, the top girl in the school. It is said that if a girl is a gangster, well, she will have everything as long as she takes off her clothes. I don't know whether Han Xin takes off her clothes or not, but as long as she says a word, there will be groups of boys willing to help her fight. Damn, I can't afford to mess with this kind of female gangster. I looked at the monitor and I immediately wanted to apologize to Lin Shanshan. But it was too embarrassing to apologize. For the dignity of a man, I had to endure it even if I was beaten after school. I just went to see my sister. You wait until school is over." When Lin Shanshan returned to the classroom, she immediately said angrily, "Who is afraid of you?" I said without confidence. The last class seemed so long. I sat in the classroom, and I felt weak all over when I thought that a group of people would beat me after school. Several times, I wanted to write a note to Lin Shanshan to apologize to her. But I was afraid that she would look down on me, so I held back. Finally, the school bell rang like a death sentence. When the school bell rang, my whole mood was simply indescribable. Lin Shanshan, she stood up quickly, then grabbed my clothes and said, "Come with me." "Where are we going?" I was very scared and pretended to be stupid with Lin Shanshan. "Fuck you, don't pretend." The monitor came over with a few lackeys and kicked me hard. I got angry when I saw the footprints on my pants. I would rather be beaten than be insulted by a villain like him, so I looked at him fiercely and said, "Okay, let's go." Holding tightly by Lin Shanshan, and surrounded by the monitor and his lackeys, we walked down the stairs, then walked out of the teaching building, and walked to the school gate. When we arrived at the school gate, I looked at the people at the school gate and my body became weaker. Chapter 5: Tang Yuxin's Indifference. This slap had a clear touch. When it hit Han Xin's face, I felt my hand was a little numb. Then, the whole school gate was indescribably quiet. Han Xin was stunned, with messy yellow long hair, staring at me for a long time without saying a word. I was also dumbfounded. I looked at my red palm and realized what I had done. Fuck, I actually hit Hanxiyin, the top sister in our school, one of the most powerful people in the school. And she is not only powerful in the school, but also has many people outside the school. Now that I hit her, she will definitely find someone to beat me every day. When I thought about the days of being beaten every day in the future, my whole face suddenly became indescribably pale. I only felt a gust of cold wind blowing, and Hanxiyin gradually began to sober up. Then, her face became indescribably ugly. She raised her slender finger, pointed at me and said, "You beast, you dare to hit me. You asked me to hit you." I felt cold in my limbs and was indescribably scared. "You bastard, you dare to hit Hanxiyin, are you looking for death?" A 7-point beauty spoke beside Hanxiyin. In her opinion, I must have hit Hanxiyin on impulse, and I regret it indescribably at this moment. After all, no one dared to fight back when Hanxiyin hit anyone in school. And she only scolded me and came to slap me. Because no one dared to fight back when they hit them. Even if I hit Hanxiyin on impulse just now, if she hits me now, I would definitely not dare to fight back. But she was wrong. Seeing that I accidentally hit Hanxiyin, I knew that no matter how much I begged for mercy, I would die here today. So, I made up my mind. Seeing that beautiful girl hitting me, I slapped her hard again. Get lost. With a snap, the slap landed firmly on the face of the beautiful girl. Because of the great force, the beautiful girl was slapped to the ground. At this moment, the crowd at the school gate was completely blown up. When those people saw me hitting another beautiful girl, they immediately rushed towards me with swear words, "Little bitch, you are looking for death." Because the protagonists who beat me today were Lin Shanshan and Hanxiyin, most of the people around me were girls. When I saw them rushing towards me, I immediately had the idea of running away. However, when I ran only 2 steps, a slightly fat girl grabbed me. She was very strong, pulling my clothes and yelling at me, "Run, don't run if you have the guts." The people around me were basically girls, and they definitely couldn't beat me. When I saw that slightly fat girl pulling my clothes to stop me from running, I immediately felt a surge of anger in my heart. Then, I punched her hard in the face. "Get out." With a bang, the slightly plump girl was knocked to the ground by me. She cried at that time, shouting loudly, "This guy is so shameless, he actually hit a girl." Maybe because there were so many people, those girls were not afraid when they saw me hitting 3 of them. They came to pull my clothes, scratched me with their long nails, stretched out their hands to pull my hair, and pulled my ears. Feeling a burning pain on my scalp, face and behind my ears, I gritted my teeth and fought with them directly. I punched a girl hard on the head, and then kicked another girl hard in the stomach. Then there was another random beating, and I knocked down 7 or 8 girls surrounding me. These girls are all the so-called class beauties and school beauties in the school. They are all vain, and everyone puts on makeup to make themselves look gorgeous and beautiful. Now, seeing that most of these beauties were knocked down by me, my heart suddenly became weaker, and the idea of running away became stronger. Then I knocked down a few girls randomly, and knocked down 1 or 2 thin boys by the way, and I turned around and ran to the school. When I ran, my steps were fast and I was panting very hard. The surrounding scenery kept retreating, and there was a whistling sound in my ears. Behind me, people kept rushing up to kick me and hit my head with their fists. There was also a person who hugged my neck and wanted to knock me down from behind. In order not to be beaten to death by them, I turned around and kicked them hard with a crotch kick. I heard a scream, and then I didn't care about the school uniform jacket. I just unzipped it and let them take my jacket away, ran to the bottom of a big wall panting, and jumped with all my strength. Let the glass on the wall scratch my palms and arms, climbed up the wall in a mess, and flipped over the wall to the outside of the school. Then, I ran all the way to my rental community. I ran all the way into the building where I rented a house, and then I quickly ran to the 3rd floor. When I opened the door with the key, I felt my hands shaking a little, and I saw that my hands were all bloody. Then I turned the anti-theft door, quickly got into the rental house and closed the door. I ran to the window and looked out, and then I was relieved to make sure that no one followed me. After 5 minutes, my body gradually felt pain. When I climbed the wall, my palms, arms, and thighs were scratched by the glass fragments on the wall. My face, behind my ears, and neck were all scratched by girls' nails. My scalp was also pinched and painful, and there were several lumps on my head. I was kicked many times and punched many times by the boys who chased me later. It seemed that someone hit me with a stick. I felt like my whole body was falling apart, and I couldn't say it. Just as I was sitting in the kitchen checking the wound, I saw a pair of delicate little feet wearing slippers appear in front of me. Looking up, I saw a pair of straight white legs, a white nightgown, a proud chest, and a clean and delicate face. It was Tang Yuxin. She seemed to have just woken up. Some strands of her soft long hair were hanging on her forehead, which looked a little messy. Her delicate face was a little lazy. Leaning against the door, she yawned and looked at me with a playful look. Then, she smiled and said to me, "Was she robbed?" Chapter 6: The Temptation of the Goddess. To me, Tang Yuxin was no longer clean. She was a prostitute. Even if I forced her to do that, it would not be against the law. And I had already caused a big disaster at school. I couldn't stay any longer. I just wanted to taste her body before leaving. Tang Yuxin smelled very good. There was always a clean shower gel scent on her body. Her face was delicate and soft, like a peeled lychee. After kissing her several times in a row, my hand touched the soft touch of her nightgown, and I felt so uncomfortable. I want her, I must get her. Seeing Tang Yuxin being bullied by me, she looked at me with an angry expression. My eyes were full of fire, and I kissed her delicate lips directly. This was my first kiss, and my first time kissing a girl. After kissing Tang Yuxin's mouth, I only felt a strange feeling in my heart, and my mind was blank. The feeling of kissing a girl for the first time turned out to be so beautiful. I couldn't hold back the impulse in my heart, and I greedily demanded the beauty of Tang Yuxin. However, when one of my hands was about to reach into Tang Yuxin's nightgown, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my mouth. "Arr!" I immediately yelled and fell to the ground at the same time. With my eyes wide open, I saw blood on the corner of Tang Yuxin's mouth, and her eyes were cold. That blood was mine. It hurt so much that I was furious. I felt that I was speaking a little unclearly. I pointed at Tang Yuxin and said vaguely, "You owe me, you dare to tease me. I mean, bitch, you dare to bite me." However, Tang Yuxin didn't show any fear when she saw me furious. It's just that her eyes were red, with a trace of grievance and resentment in her eyes. As if she was about to cry, Tang Yuxin raised her chin and blinked her eyes, barely holding back her tears. Then, Tang Yuxin looked at me coldly with red eyes and said, "Wang Yu, my family is poor, and it's not easy for me to get the job of a teacher. If you tell others about me and Director Liu, I will be ruined. If you want to get me, I promise you. But you have to take a shower." After saying that, Tang Yuxin's big eyes became absent-minded. Although, my mind was full of thoughts of possessing Tang Yuxin, and I just wanted to retaliate against Tang Yuxin's indifference to me. But at this moment, I don't know why, I became very obedient to her and walked to the bathroom to take a shower involuntarily. When I closed the bathroom door and started to take a shower, I couldn't help but curse myself. Damn, what happened to me? I just agreed to rape her. I don't know why, but when I saw Tang Yuxin's pitiful look just now, I felt a little bit reluctant. Although I felt that she was very cheap, her cold and reserved appearance was all fake, and she also had needs. But, when I saw that she was almost made to cry by me, I felt a little reluctant to bully her. Thinking about this, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. Damn, Tang Yuxin didn't mean to stabilize me, and she wanted to escape while I was taking a shower. If she ran out at this time to call the police to arrest me, saying that I wanted to rape her, I would definitely be taken away by the police. Thinking of this, I was anxious, and I rushed to take a shower, then put on my pants and ran out. But when I ran out of the bathroom, I was stunned. It was getting dark, and the light in the house became a little dark. Tang Yuxin didn't leave, still sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at me with red eyes. Moreover, when I walked towards her, she still looked at me intently. Her eyes were big, and she looked at me wherever I walked, without blinking. Her eyes were full of resentment, as if she wanted to kill me with her eyes. At this time, my tongue was better, and I was a little scared by her staring at me. I asked her, "What are you looking at? I want to see how cruel you are." She continued to stare at me. Hee. In order to cover up my guilty conscience, I sneered. I thought, why pretend? It's all mineral water, why pretend to be pure? Wang Yu, I give you two choices. There are gauze, bandages, red medicine and white medicine in the TV cabinet in the living room. Sit down and I will help you apply the medicine. Second, I will give you my body, but after you touch me, please get out and never come back. I will never know you again. Tang Yuxin ignored my sneer. After hearing what Tang Yuxin said, my eyes changed. I looked at the TV cabinet blankly, and then looked at Tang Yuxin. An indescribable feeling suddenly surged in my heart. Could it be that Tang Yuxin asked me to take a bath in order to help me apply medicine? When she saw that I was injured, the indifference in her eyes was pretended. I still remember that when I was a child, I fell down and scratched my knee. My mother treated me the same way. She asked me to take a bath first, and then gently helped me apply medicine. No, Tang Yuxin would never treat me like this. She must have seen that I was angry, and then pretended to be nice to me. She is a smart woman, and she knows how to confuse men. But, even if I tried to tell myself that her kindness to me was fake, I still opened the TV cabinet and saw that there were indeed the gauze, bandages, red medicine and white medicine, she said. Could it be that she sat in the living room watching TV before, just to wait for me to take a bath, and then help me apply medicine? Gradually, I felt a little uncomfortable. Have you made your choice? Do you choose to let me help you apply the medicine, or do you choose to let you have sex with me? Tang Yuxin said coldly. Have sex with you? I said. Okay. Tang Yuxin was surprised, and her eyes showed disappointment. Then, she bit her lips lightly, and her big eyes became cold. I just snorted coldly, walked to the opposite side of Tang Yuxin, and knelt on the floor in front of her. Then I stared at her delicate face with my eyes, thought about it, and grabbed her delicate feet. Her feet were tender and soft, as if made of water. I pinched them gently with my hands, and I smelled a pleasant fragrance. And she just looked at me coldly, letting me bully her. Chapter 7: Being besieged by the whole school gang. My face was so hot that my heart was beating fast. Tang Yuxin, who was being pressed by me, looked at me like a frightened kitten, with her chest rising and falling slightly. I found that I was a little in love with her, and I had an indescribable possessiveness towards her. I felt that such a beauty should not belong to Director Liu, but to me. Then I leaned down a little bit and prepared to kiss her lips. But, when I felt the hot air from her mouth and was about to kiss her, she suddenly turned her pretty face away. I can't give it to you. Why? My tone was sour. You are too young, I can't lead you astray. You are my student, I am your teacher, we can't be together. Her tone began to be serious, and she frowned slightly. But, I like you. Finally, I couldn't help but say what was in my heart. Everyone has a love for beauty. Tang Yuxin is very beautiful, an absolute goddess. Since the first time I saw her, I had some expectations for her. Now that so much has happened between us, and I have taken advantage of her, I found that her shadow is all over my mind. She immediately widened her eyes after hearing my confession. Then, as if she heard something very scary, she struggled hard and pushed me away from her. Don't joke. I'm not kidding, I really like you. I looked at her seriously and made up my mind to pursue her. I don't want her to be touched by Director Liu again, not even once. I don't deserve you. After thinking for a long time in her heart, Tang Yuxin said to me. Why don't you deserve me? I felt that her words were very strange. I'm not clean anymore, not for the first time. But you are still very clean, I don't deserve you. If you want to take advantage of me, I can give it to you. You have taken enough advantage today, and I gave you my first kiss. I can't let you take advantage of me again. Okay, I'm going back to the room. In a panic, Tang Yuxin ran away after saying this. When Tang Yuxin ran back to her room, I looked at her tightly closed door for a long time without being able to speak, and the expression on my face was indescribable. I have always felt that I am not worthy of Tang Yuxin. But I never dreamed that she would think she is not worthy of me. Although it is not the first time for Tang Yuxin, she is still a goddess-level figure. I must be very proud to be with her if I can have such a beautiful girlfriend. And now the social atmosphere is very open, and many girls are not the first time. I don't care whether my future wife is the first time or not. As long as I can have a girlfriend as beautiful as Tang Yuxin, it is already very good for me. The reason why Tang Yuxin rejected me was that she felt that she was not worthy of me. Another thing that surprised me was that Tang Yuxin said that it was her first kiss. Last time in the hole in the wall, I had clearly seen that Tang Yuxin and Director Liu had that. How could it be her first kiss? Could it be that Tang Yuxin was a green tea, deliberately pretending to be pure with me? But it's impossible. Tang Yuxin has already told me that it's not her first time. There's no need to lie to me about whether it's her first kiss or not. But, her first time is gone, how can it still be her first kiss? Could it be that she has never kissed Director Liu? Thinking of this, a strange feeling surged in my heart. Because I didn't do that kind of thing with Tang Yuxin, it made me feel itchy. And I also like her and want her to be my girlfriend. After returning to the bedroom alone, I felt bored. I wanted to go to Tang Yuxin's bedroom for a while, but she locked the bedroom door. After thinking about it, I took a look at the hole in the wall. She had blocked it with something, so I found a stick and poked the hole open again. With a crash, a clear line of sight came from the opposite side. I saw Tang Yuxin sitting at the table writing something, and she looked over at me when she heard the sound. Blocking the hole means not letting me see. Unexpectedly, I poked the hole again, which made her a little angry. What are you doing? Yuxin, I want to see you every day, I said shamelessly. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yuxin's pretty face turned slightly red. She seemed to want to scold me for something, but she thought about it and stopped talking. Tang Yuxin's personality is very straightforward, not hypocritical, and doesn't like to be long-winded. Just like when I found out her secret, I didn't even have to threaten her, she gave me benefits. And now she saw that I poked the hole, she didn't block it again, knowing that even if she blocked it, I would still poke it again, over and over again, which was very boring. Then she sat at the table and continued to write something. I was bored, so I lay on the wall and quietly admired her. I felt that she was too beautiful, and I wanted to go to the bathroom to steal a pair of her stockings to solve it. After being watched by me for almost half an hour, Tang Yuxin finally couldn't stand it. Putting it on the table, Tang Yuxin looked at me with a red face and said, "Are you bored?" "No," I said shamelessly. You are too cheap." Tang Yuxin couldn't stand it anymore and scolded me. "If you become my girlfriend and let me sleep with you, I won't have to peek at you like this," I said. "Hee, you wish." Tang Yuxin rolled her eyes at me. Then she sat opposite the wall and looked at me with an angry expression. After watching for a while, Tang Yuxin showed a sly smile on her face, moved a stool and sat opposite me, like me, lying on the wall and looking at me. At first, I thought it was interesting to look at each other like this, and chat with her while looking at each other. But after a while, I felt a little bored. Because I could only see her eyes, she ignored me when I talked to her, and just kept looking at me with her big eyes. Tang Yuxin's big eyes alone, what's so good about it? After a long time, this feeling makes me feel a little scary and a little perverted. I stopped looking at her and lay back on the bed. Chapter 8 Because he is my man. Fuck you. A very dark and strong boy cursed fiercely and walked in by bumping into the door frame. He is the boss of our school, named Wang Meng. His family is from the countryside, and he has connections with many local bullies. He knows many people in the city and has practiced martial arts. He is invincible in the school. Bitch. Following closely are the 7 wolves of our second year of high school. Chen Jianming, the boss of the second year of high school, is called the white-eyed wolf by everyone. He has dyed yellow hair and is a famous rich man in the school. The 6 younger brothers under him are like wolves and tigers. Moreover, each of the 6 younger brothers has many subordinates, occupying the entire second year of high school. If I don't beat you to death today, I won't be called Xiaoguang. Behind them, a thin boy came in with a crowd of people. He was Xiaoguang, the boy I kicked down yesterday. He was not good at fighting, but he had a brother outside the school who was a domineering character. He was the boss of the first year of high school. I had only heard of him before, but I didn't know him, but now I know him. Finally, Han Xiyin and 7 or 8 girls came in. After squeezing past the boy in front of her, Han Xiyin walked in front of me with an angry face. Then, she pointed at me with a slender finger and said, "Bitch, you dare to come to school." At this moment, almost all the big brothers in the school were in front of me. I was very scared, and the classmates in the class were also scared. The timid ones left the classroom quietly, and some who wanted to mix quickly stood behind them, standing on the opposite side of me to help them beat me. Especially the class monitor, he was like a dog meeting his master. He immediately raised his tail and walked in front of Han Xiyin and called her sister. Then, he kicked me lightly and said, "Little brat, aren't you awesome?" I hate it most when people kick me, because it makes my pants dusty. The monitor's kick didn't hurt, but I was indescribably annoyed when I saw the dust on my pants. Giving him a hateful look, I gritted my teeth and said, "What do you want?" "What do we want?" Led by the school's boss Wang Meng, he looked at me in surprise and laughed. Then, Han Xin beside him laughed, Chilang laughed, and Xiaoguang, the boss of the first grade, also laughed. When they laughed, their faces were ferocious, and there was a hint of cruelty at the corners of their mouths. Their eyes were fierce, as if they wanted to eat me alive. Suddenly, Wang Meng slapped me hard in the face. "Fuck you, you are so brave. How dare you talk to me like that? What do you want? You hit my girlfriend yesterday, I'm going to kill you." Wang Meng is indeed a martial artist. This slap made me see stars and a fishy and salty taste came out of my mouth. At that time, half of my face was swollen and blood flowed from the corner of my mouth. I wanted to fight back, but I looked at the people around him and didn't dare to say anything. "Fuck you, you dare to hit my girlfriend." The leader of the 7 wolves, the white-eyed wolf, also took action and slapped me in the face quickly. He didn't hit me as hard as Wang Meng, but it was enough to choke me. If I had a one-on-one fight with him, I guess I wouldn't be his opponent. I felt wronged in my heart. How could I know that the person I hit yesterday was their girlfriend? They were forcing me to do it. As a man, I really couldn't stand being slapped in the face by a girl at the school gate. And I fought back, I resisted under oppression. But I didn't expect that there were so many intricate connections between these bastards. What a bunch of green tea. Looking at them silently, I felt like crying, but I resisted the urge to let myself shed tears. At this moment, Lin Shanshan, who was sitting next to me, suddenly spoke. Everything started because of her, but she stood up and said something that I didn't expect. "Sister, this Wang Yu seems a little stupid. Considering that he is my deskmate, don't bother with him." Lin Shanshan, she actually pleaded for me, which made me look at her in surprise. But Lin Shanshan's words didn't have any effect. I only saw Han Xin frowning and looking at her, and then said unhappily, "Sister, this is no longer a matter between you and him. Today's matter has nothing to do with you, so don't worry about it." "What's the matter? Lin Shanshan, why are you pleading for him? You are a bit unrefined." A girl with a slightly swollen face spoke, and she seemed to have been slapped by me yesterday. After hearing what the girl said, Lin Shanshan looked at me with sympathy. "Sister Han, it's not that I don't care. It's that Wang Yu was beaten badly by us yesterday, and you beat him again today. Why don't we just let it go? I'm afraid that if he gets hurt, it will be bad if the school finds out. Don't worry about this. If anything goes wrong, it's my fault." The school boss Wang Meng spoke, and then he grabbed my hair and pulled it out hard. "Fuck you, come out with me." When Wang Meng pulled my hair hard, I felt that my hair was about to fall off. And I immediately faced a storm of punches and kicks. Wang Meng pulled me out of the classroom while being beaten by a group of people. I just felt panic in my heart, and my scalp hurt indescribably. In a trance, I saw the monitor beating me, and several people in the class who had no grudges against me were actually helping them beat me. Lin Shanshan was even more anxious. She immediately pulled Wang Meng's arm and said, "Brother Meng, stop hitting me. Let's just let it go." "Fuck you. Get out of here. You don't have the right to speak here." Wang Meng was furious. Seeing Wang Meng was angry, the monitor quickly grabbed Lin Shanshan, then bent over and kept apologizing to Wang Meng. "Brother Meng, my girlfriend is ignorant. Don't be angry. I will help you discipline her. Don't be angry." "Li Ren, who is your girlfriend?" Lin Shanshan asked. "Just keep your voice down." The monitor winked at Lin Shanshan. And, when I was dragged out of the classroom by them, I had already expected my fate and began to despair. Suddenly, a cold voice came from not far away from me. "What are you doing?" Chapter 9, Office Ambiguity. At this moment, the corridor of the entire teaching building was silent, and no one said a word. Looking at Tang Yuxin in surprise, Han Xin's face was indescribably ugly. She felt very embarrassed, and was hit by Tang Yuxin in front of so many people, which made her look very embarrassed. Lin Shanshan, she looked at me with surprise. I never dreamed that Tang Yuxin would be so nice to me. In front of Han Xin, she said she would protect me to the death. As for the squad leader, his eyes also became strange and flickering. Suddenly, the bell for class rang. Tang Yuxin was still smiling, but her eyes were indescribably cold. She looked away from Han Xin and said coldly, "Class is about to start." Beating someone in front of the teacher is equivalent to killing someone in front of the police. Even if Han Xin wanted to save face, she didn't dare to do anything mindless. She could only look at Tang Yuxin with hatred, then bit her lip and said, "Teacher Tang, Han Xin, will remember what happened today. He he. Tang Yuxin laughed disdainfully, leaving only a domineering back. As for me, I suddenly felt that Tang Yuxin was so great. She was like my mother, taking care of me tenderly and protecting me. And my mother was gone, maybe Tang Yuxin was a gift from God to me. My nose was sour at this moment, and I almost couldn't help feeling like crying. During class, I felt that the monitor was always looking at me, and Lin Shanshan beside me was also secretly staring at me. There were also a few scoundrels in the class who were all speculating in their hearts about the relationship between me and Tang Yuxin. I kept my eyes on Tang Yuxin. I stared at her fashionable clothes and her sexy figure. In my heart, I gradually became worried about the relationship between Tang Yuxin and me. Before, I always used Tang Yuxin's secret to threaten her. But now, I began to protect her unconsciously. She just said that I was hers. I was very scared, afraid that others would know about my special relationship with her. You know, she and I live together. She is so beautiful and so young. If people knew about it, it would be hard not to think too much about it. However, Tang Yuxin seemed to have no scruples at all. She still taught us seriously and kept asking questions to interact with us. When I stared at her, she smiled at me and asked, "Who can answer this question of mine?" Me. Many top students in the class immediately raised their hands. Because my eyes were fixed on Tang Yuxin, my mind was full of random thoughts. I had no idea what Tang Yuxin was talking about. I saw her eyes looking at me, and I quickly lowered my head in panic. But Tang Yuxin called out my name and said, "Wang Yu, tell me what I just said." Suddenly, I felt that the whole class was looking at me. My face turned even redder, and I stood up, hesitating and not knowing what to say. Knowing that I didn't pay attention to the class, Tang Yuxin curled her lips and said, "Wang Yu, you are a bit useless. Not only are you not doing well, but you can't even study well. You are not good at literature or martial arts, but you have great ambitions." As soon as the words fell, the classmates in the class immediately laughed. Tang Yuxin was like this, aloof but with a hint of humor. Many people in the class liked her. As for the meaning of her words, only I could understand it. She meant that I was not good at anything, but I still wanted to pursue her. "Sit down, come to my office after class." Tang Yuxin never physically punished students, nor did she beat or scold us like other teachers. She just looked at me meaningfully and continued to teach everyone. My face was flushed. I was confident in pursuing Tang Yuxin, but after I embarrassed myself in front of her today, I started to feel guilty. She said she wasn't good enough for me, and now I feel unworthy of her. Thinking of this, I secretly hated them. It was all Lin Shanshan and the squad leader, as well as Han Xin and Wang Meng. They made me lose face in front of Tang Yuxin. Wait, Wang Yu, will avenge this sooner or later. After class, I followed Tang Yuxin into the office. There were many people in the office, but since it was not a private matter between us, Tang Yuxin started chatting with me openly. "Tell me, what's going on?" I looked at the many people in the office and organized my words in my mind and said it out. From the time I was bullied by Lin Shanshan, to the time I accidentally touched Lin Shanshan when I lost my temper, and then she asked someone to beat me, and I resisted, all the way to the scene this morning, I told everything in detail. There were some concealments in the middle, that is, I tried to describe myself as more powerful, not that I was bullied and beaten, but that we fought. But I was beaten by a girl and a group of people, and now all the hooligans in the school want to beat me. This kind of thing is shameful no matter how you look at it. Then what did you think? Tang Yuxin looked at me with a smile. "Fight with them," I said through gritted teeth, afraid that Tang Yuxin would look down on me. "Oh? You fought them? You're really good." Tang Yuxin looked at me in surprise, with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Then, Tang Yuxin crossed her legs, looked out the window and said with a smile, "Wang Meng, Chen Jianming, Xiaoguang, Han Xin, I know all these people. I know what kind of people they are. Even if you get beaten by them, I won't look down on you. They all run small gangs and hire thugs like gangsters. How can you be their opponent?" At this time, the people in the office were gone, and they all went to do their morning exercises. Tang Yuxin took a sip of the water cup and said, "If you offend them, they will definitely retaliate against you. Why don't you just stay with me? I will protect you. From today on, you will come to the office after class, go home with me for lunch, and go home with me after school in the evening. With me here, I believe they won't dare to hit you." I like Tang Yuxin and feel that I should protect her like a man. I didn't expect to be protected by her, which made me feel a little embarrassed. But what Tang Yuxin said does make sense. Even if I try to be tough, it will be useless. I am not a gangster and I am definitely no match for Wang Meng and Han Xian's group. Chapter 10 Tang Yuxin's Big Reward. It was almost May, and the sun was blazing outside the teaching building. However, the air inside the teaching building was extremely cold. When the office door was pushed open, a gust of cold air made me shiver. My face changed drastically, and the parts that were already uncomfortable instantly softened. At the same time, I saw that the man at the door had an ugly face, his eyes were almost spitting fire, and he wanted to eat me alive. It's Director Liu. I was caught off guard and was about to take Tang Yuxin one step further. Director Liu's sudden appearance frightened me so much that my face turned pale and my heart started pounding. I couldn't help but look at Tang Yuxin. I saw that she seemed very calm. She gently pushed me away with her slender jade hand. Tang Yuxin's face was still a little flushed. Then, she stood up and simply adjusted her long skirt. Director Liu, you are here. I saw that you didn't go to supervise the students doing exercises, so I guessed that you might be in the office. I didn't expect that you would give me such an unexpected surprise. Director Liu's voice was cold and his face was grim. Surprise? What is the surprise? Tang Yuxin smiled. Har har, you know it clearly. Director Liu said. Oh, I'm persuading and educating a disobedient student. Tang Yuxin said. If he makes any mistakes, I can help. Director Liu clenched his fat, heavy palms, and the veins on his forehead bulged. No need. Tang Yuxin smiled. At this time, there was a noisy sound coming from the bottom of the teaching building. It was the students coming back from their morning exercises. I heard more and more footsteps coming up the stairs, getting closer and closer to our office. Director Liu's clenched fist gradually loosened, and he gave me a fierce look. Your name is Wang Yu, and you are the student who shares the apartment with Teacher Yuxin. I will remember you and will help Teacher Yuxin educate you well. When Director Liu left, the back of my clothes was wet. How could I not be scared if I was caught doing that kind of thing with Tang Yuxin in the office? Moreover, Tang Yuxin was Director Liu's woman. What I was worried about finally happened. I knew that I had offended a powerful person again. Just now, I had sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Director Liu. If the students had not returned from exercise, I think he would not have let me go. At least, he would have slapped me twice and kicked me hard in front of Tang Yuxin. I told you, the office door was not locked, but you insisted on making trouble. Now you see, your brother Liu saw you bullying me, you're finished. Tang Yuxin smiled when she saw my changeable expression. I was so scared, but I didn't expect Tang Yuxin to not be scared at all. In order not to embarrass myself in front of Tang Yuxin and not let her look down on me, I pretended to be relaxed and teased her. If I lock the door next time, will you give it to me? Yes. Tang Yuxin said. Really? I was surprised. Yes, I will ask you to finish the homework you didn't do yesterday. At the same time, I will punish you to do double the homework. Tang Yuxin covered her mouth and chuckled. What? I couldn't help but widen my eyes. I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my waist. Tang Yuxin pinched me hard with her slender fingers and said, Wang Yu, you are quite courageous. You had time to lie on the hole in the wall and peek at me yesterday, but you didn't have time to do your homework. You are so disrespectful. When you go back at noon, I will show you how I will deal with you. Go back to class quickly. I will take care of Director Liu. When Tang Yuxin finished speaking, some people had already gone upstairs. The first to go upstairs were the senior students. I saw Wang Meng. He saw Tang Yuxin and I in the office and his eyes showed surprise. I was afraid that he would know our relationship, so I couldn't help but look at Tang Yuxin nervously. I found that Tang Yuxin had restrained the smile on her face and became cold and reserved. Damn, Tang Yuxin's acting skills are really superb. When I returned to the classroom, less than a minute later, my classmates also came back. Seeing that I did not go out to do exercises, my classmates showed envy on their faces. After they sat down, the one in front of me turned around and asked me, Wang Yu, are you related to Teacher Tang? I found that she treats you very well. We are all adults, and we are not stupid. Tang Yuxin protected me, looked after me during class, and always asked me to go to her office, which aroused everyone's suspicion. When the person in front asked me, Lin Shanshan was sitting next to me and eavesdropped. I was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while, Lin Shanshan said, "How can a toad like him be qualified to be a relative of Tang Yuxin? It must be because he is a bad student, so teacher Tang made him stand in the corner as punishment." "That's impossible. Didn't Wang Meng and Han Xiyin want to beat Wang Yu in the last class? It was teacher Tang who saved him, saying that he was teacher Tang's man. If he and teacher Tang are not relatives, why would teacher Tang protect him so much?" asked the person sitting in front of me. "Har har, that's because teacher Tang is a good person. If you were to be beaten, teacher Tang would still protect you. Wang Yu is so lucky that she got to know teacher Tang when something like this happened." Lin Shanshan said disdainfully. "That's true. Teacher Tang is really good." The person at the table in front nodded and turned back. "Lin Shanshan, she is so mean. I have become an enemy of her. We hardly talk to each other anymore, but she still looks down on me in front of the people at the table in front of me. Damn it, Tang Yuxin is of course not my relative, but my woman. If she knew the relationship between Tang Yuxin and me, she would be scared to death." During class, I thought about Director Liu finding out about my relationship with Tang Yuxin, and I felt a little scared. If Director Liu wanted to deal with me, I could only threaten him with the secret between him and Tang Yuxin. However, if I really told others about this, it would definitely affect Tang Yuxin's reputation. Tang Yuxin is very good to me, and I must protect her. But if I don't threaten Director Liu with her relationship with him, Director Liu will definitely kill me. When I think of this, I feel caught between a rock and a hard place. Then, I thought about Tang Yuxin saying that she would settle the matter with Director Liu for me. How was she going to settle the matter with Director Liu? Was she going to use that method? I had already begun to like Tang Yuxin. If Tang Yuxin let Director Liu touch her, I would definitely feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 11 Director Liu's Insult. Tang Yuxin is a girl who keeps her word. If she says a big reward, it must be a very big reward. I was so excited at that time that I secretly took a look at her attractive body and felt a reaction there again. After returning home, I cooked instant noodles for Tang Yuxin. Although Tang Yuxin is very smart, she can't take care of herself. She can't cook, not even simple fried rice. Even though there are eggs and rice at home, she looks at the materials at home nervously and doesn't know where to start. Her temperament makes her look like she doesn't belong to our small city. If I didn't know her family background, I would have thought she was a young lady from a first-tier city. "Is it delicious?" I asked while she was eating noodles. "Delicious." Holding the chopsticks with her snow-white, slender fingers, Tang Yuxin nodded obediently like a child. Seeing Tang Yuxin eating noodles seriously, my eyes gradually became warm. When she finished eating, I took away her bowl and chopsticks and washed the dishes silently in the kitchen. "If you are really my boyfriend, that would be nice." Standing behind me, Tang Yuxin smiled. "Why don't you just be my girlfriend?" I asked. "No." Tang Yuxin smiled, then walked behind me. She hugged me gently, and her soft long hair made me a little itchy. She hugged me quietly for a minute, and Tang Yuxin whispered to me, "This is your little reward. I'm going to cook you a big meal tonight," I said. He. Tang Yuxin didn't respond to me and went back to the living room to watch TV. When Tang Yuxin left, I shook my head helplessly and smiled. She was so quirky that people couldn't help but love her. Hey, how could Director Liu bear to bully such a cute girl? When I thought about what Director Liu had done to her, I hated him more and more. After packing up everything, I started to catch up on my homework. But, for some reason, I felt sleepy as soon as I started doing my homework. Thinking about having to study after finishing my homework, I seemed even less energetic. Although I would get a big reward if I got into the top 30, it was easier said than done. I might as well take a nap first, then go to school to finish my homework in the afternoon, and study at night. Thinking this in my mind, I felt my eyelids getting heavier, and I uncontrollably sat down on the bed and prepared to lie down. With a click, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. It was Tang Yuxin. She was wearing a loose white short-sleeved top and a pair of loose shorts. Her pair of snow-white beautiful legs were as thin as pencils. Leaning lazily against the door, she looked at me with a smile and said, "What? Are you sleepy? Do you want to sleep? I didn't sleep well yesterday. I want to sleep for a while and finish my homework when I wake up." She discovered the secret in my heart, and I looked at her embarrassedly and said, "No. Tang Yuxin shook her head gently and walked in front of me with a smile. Then, she pretended to be angry, pinched my ear and said, "Wang Yu, you are too disrespectful. I am so good to you, but you don't work hard. I won't let you sleep, do your homework. It hurts." I felt a sharp pain in my ear and immediately stood up with the help of her hand. Then she carried me back to the desk and looked at me helplessly and said, "I'll just sleep for a while." "No." Tang Yuxin looked serious and shook her head gently. She knew that if I didn't make up my homework, she would definitely not let me go. I had no choice but to force myself to start doing my homework. While I was doing my homework, Tang Yuxin sat on the bed behind me and looked at me. When I was halfway through writing, I heard the sound of even breathing behind me. Tang Yuxin, she actually fell asleep on my bed. No one was watching me, and I suddenly didn't want to do my homework anymore, because I was also very sleepy. Then I looked at Tang Yuxin lying on the bed seductively, and my throat felt dry and I wanted to take advantage of her. Now, if I want to take advantage of Tang Yuxin, she will not be angry. She has gotten used to me and has reserved a place for me in her heart. Then I secretly looked at her for a while, thinking in my mind where to start. After about 5 minutes, I thought about it and sighed. Tang Yuxin wanted me to study because she was doing it for my own good. She had promised me that if I could be as good as she would be my girlfriend. If I made significant progress, she would give me a big advantage. Studying is my business, not hers. She has treated me like this, and if I don't work hard, it would be a waste of her kindness to me. After thinking for a while, I took her soft hand and kissed it gently, then whispered to her, "Don't worry, I will work hard. I, Wang Yu, will work hard to make myself worthy of you." After saying that, I bit my tongue hard and went back to my desk to do my homework seriously. In the afternoon, Tang Yuxin was still asleep. I didn't want her to be too tired from protecting me, so I covered her with a thin blanket and went to school secretly. In order to avoid being caught by Wang Meng and Han Xiyin, I went around the side of the school and climbed over the wall to get in. I didn't dare to go to the classroom early, and I hid at the side of the comprehensive building, and went to the classroom only when the bell rang. When the first class was about to end, I saw Tang Yuxin come to the classroom door and take a look. I was a little touched, and after class I went to her office to hide. Then she assigned me a problem, and I did it in her office. After I finished the problem, she graded my answer and explained it to me. I spent 2 days like this. After class, I would take refuge in her office. I would go home with her at night, do my homework seriously, and she would tutor me. She taught me very seriously and would not go back to her room until late at night. I spent a lot of time with her almost every day, and I enjoyed this kind of life. But it was not a long-term solution. She worked very hard, and I couldn't bear to let her suffer for me. But Wang Meng and Han Xiyin really wanted to beat me to death. And Chilang from the second year of high school and Xiaoguang, the leader of the first year of high school, were also looking for opportunities to beat me up. If I hadn't gone to Tang Yuxin's office to hide every day, I would have been beaten by them. Chapter 12, A Rage for Beauty. I have never hated a person so much. Director Liu, he used despicable means to get Tang Yuxin and ruined her innocence. Now, he beat me up and insulted me in front of so many people in the school, and trampled on my dignity with his power. I hated him so much that I wanted to jump up and kill him immediately. It was the first time I was beaten in front of so many people. This was probably the most shameful moment in my life. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists. I could feel the veins on my forehead bulging. Director Liu looked at me with smugness. "Why, do you still want to hit me?" Of course I wanted to beat him, even kill him. At this moment, the principal with half-gray hair standing not far from us spoke. "Director Liu, what's going on? A student just didn't follow the education regulations to get his hair cut. This is a bit too strict. Forget it, just give him a simple education. Don't delay everyone's class time. Tell his mistake to the class teacher and let him educate him." Principal Wang, some students treat the rules as mere decorations and always violate the school's bottom line. I cannot sit idly by and watch these bad elements with corrupt character. Director Liu looked at me coldly and said, "Okay, let's discuss this in the meeting. Please take it back with you to each class." The principal glanced at the vice principal beside him and turned away. "Each class take it back," the vice principal said, tapping the microphone lightly. When the vice principal finished speaking, the class teachers in the audience began to organize the classes to take them back. I suddenly saw Tang Yuxin running into the crowd with a red face. She saw that I had been beaten by Director Liu and that she was late. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and her big eyes stared at Director Liu fiercely, and her eyes gradually became cold. Director Liu also saw Tang Yuxin, and he looked even angrier at her cold eyes. When everyone on the stage had left, Director Liu leaned over and looked at me fiercely. Boy, not bad, you got it already. Har har, it's true that those who are close to the water get the moon first. However, I can tell you very clearly. I have no shortage of women like Tang Yuxin. But she is definitely not something that a loser like you is qualified to have. Teacher Tang, I will continue to visit her and discuss some educational work with her. And you will always only be worthy of picking up my old shoes. Director Liu laughed loudly and walked off the stage with a smug look on his face. Looking at his bloated and fat back, I wanted to rush over and beat him to death. At this moment, I saw the school leader Wang Meng following the team and approaching me. He looked at me with pity and said in a mocking voice, "Trash is trash, and everyone will kick it." It's great that Liu Sanmiao helped me vent my anger. However, I haven't beaten you myself yet. Just wait, I'll see how long you can hide. Wang Meng, do you think you can call someone Liu Sanmiao? Wang Meng's head teacher scolded him. Har har, teacher, I was wrong. Wang Meng immediately said obediently. Director Liu's nickname is Liu Sanmiao. I don't know who gave it to him, but it is a very apt description. As more and more people left the playground, I saw Tang Yuxin still looking at me from the audience. When everyone left the playground, Tang Yuxin finally ran up, looked at me with red eyes and said, "Why didn't you ask me to go to school with you? The greatest shame for a man is to be humiliated in front of the person he likes." At this moment, my nose was sore and I almost cried out of grievance. However, I suppressed my grievance and swallowed my tears. Smiling, I looked at her and said, "Because I was afraid that I would be tempted to take advantage of you when I saw you just woke up." Bitch. After hearing what I said, Tang Yuxin bit her lip and her eyes suddenly turned red. She was a strong girl, she would not shed tears even if she wanted to. She almost bit her thin lips, she blinked her big eyes and said coldly, "I will definitely seek justice for you for what happened today. Don't ever look for him." My heart trembled. I didn't want Tang Yuxin to have any relationship with Director Liu anymore, not at all. Let's go back to class. Tang Yuxin suddenly grabbed my hand and pulled me gently. Tang Yuxin's slender fingers held my hand, and I felt her fingers were cold. The entire playground was empty, and I was held by her, walking step by step towards the teaching building. When I walked into the teaching building, I looked around and saw that there was no one around. After thinking for a while, I suddenly held her fingers. She was surprised, and her pretty face flushed instantly. I savored this wonderful feeling and pleaded with her in a low voice, "Please don't look for Director Liu, okay?" Oh. She didn't agree to me and pulled her snow-white and delicate hand out of mine. Director Liu's beating affected my relationship with Tang Yuxin. Even though I knew Tang Yuxin wouldn't look down on me for this, I still felt uncomfortable. In front of Tang Yuxin, I began to feel inferior. The whole morning, when I was hiding in her office doing homework, the atmosphere between us was always very dull. Even if I teased her on purpose, she would smile, but it was a forced smile. And mine was the same, with a bitter and powerless smile. Suddenly, I felt that the distance between me and Tang Yuxin became far away. I felt that I was not worthy of her, and I gradually had the idea of dropping out of school. Perhaps, a goddess like Tang Yuxin is not something I am qualified to have. I am a piece of trash that anyone can step on. Being with her will only make her feel ashamed. At noon, Tang Yuxin was upset because of what happened to me. She was in no mood to help me with my homework. She didn't even eat and went back to her bedroom to sleep. As for me, looking at Tang Yuxin's tightly closed door, I felt extremely sad. The most hateful thing is that Director Liu was still angry with me. During the last class in the afternoon, I suddenly received a text message, "Boy, I'm going to Teacher Tang to discuss educational issues in a while. If you like to listen to some voices, I don't mind you coming back to listen." Chapter 13: The Mysterious Black Bag. With a dull thud, Director Liu's fat body flew out like a ball, and then fell heavily to the ground. I couldn't help but widen my eyes, feeling indescribably shocked. Was it a car accident? Was it retribution for Director Liu's many bad deeds? Then, I saw the door of the Accord Honda opened quickly, and four middle-aged men ran out quickly. They rushed over and kicked Director Liu, and then a middle-aged man in a flowered shirt picked up Director Liu and slapped him hard in the face. I followed you all the way, didn't you see my car? Gao Gili. Brother Li. He still looked a little confused and a little angry. When Director Liu saw the face of the man in the flowered shirt clearly, he knelt on the ground with a plop, looking at him with indescribable fear. Fuck you, when are you going to pay back the 550,000? The man in the flowered shirt cursed viciously and kicked Director Liu to the ground. Then he lit a cigarette and looked at him fiercely. Brother Li, the school project hasn't been approved by the principal yet. Give me some time and I'll take care of it. As long as the principal approves it, I'll have the money to pay you back. Director Liu spoke in a low voice, with an indescribably weak tone. Criticize you. The principal did that project for the prince. Don't talk about that project. You are not qualified to do that project. I don't care. You have to pay this debt whether you want to or not. If you don't pay the money today, I will take your left hand as interest. The man in the flowered shirt said viciously. Brother Li, I only borrowed 50,000 yuan from you. It's only been a short time, but the interest has reached 550,000 yuan. Besides, I have already paid you 200,000 yuan. The tigress at home is very strict. Where can I get so much money? Brother Li, please be flexible and give me some time. When I find a good project, I will definitely pay you back. I was not far from them, and I could hear their conversation clearly while hiding in the dark. I understand. This wasn't a car accident. The man in the flowered shirt deliberately hit him with his car. And these people should be so-called loan sharks. Director Liu owed them money, and now they came to collect the debt. Seeing that Director Liu was hit badly by the car driven by the man in the flowered shirt, with many parts of his face, arms and legs scratched, and then being beaten and kicked by the man in the flowered shirt and his men, Director Liu knelt on the ground and begged him, looking pitiful. I just want to say, it's such a relief. In an instant, all the anger in my heart disappeared. Seeing Director Liu kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy like a dog, I felt so happy. Then I smiled and continued to peek from the dark, wishing I could beat Director Liu to death with my flowered shirt, so that I would have one less enemy. Director Liu, you must have forgotten my elder brother's name, right? My elder brother's name is Gao Gili, so of course his interest is very high. And you are the director of the teaching department. Not to mention your extra income, your annual salary must be quite a lot, right? In my opinion, if you go home and steal the passbook, you will have everything. We don't have to keep looking for you, which is tiring, said a young man with dyed yellow hair. After hearing what the young man said, Director Liu's expression suddenly became embarrassed. Brother Huang Mao, if I could steal the passbook at home, I would have stolen it long ago. Why wait until the interest is so high? My child is still in school, and I don't want the tigress at home to be angry and cause family conflicts. Besides, the passbook at home is hidden very deep by the tigress, and I don't even know where it is. Oh, I regret it so much now. I shouldn't have spent money lavishly, pursued a luxurious and exciting life, and went to the prince's casino to gamble. By the way, it was all that bitch Tang Yuxin. She made me become like this. That woman is very beautiful, a real stunner. I can give her to you, please, let me go, I really have no money, don't affect my life. Director Liu seemed to have thought of something and begged them humbly. Hiding in the dark, my face changed drastically when I heard what Director Liu said. But before I could get angry, the man in the flowered shirt kicked Director Liu hard again. He kicked him in the face, and Director Liu's teeth bled. Fuck you, are you made of gold? A woman is worth 550,000 yuan. Brother Li. Director Liu looked unhappy. I'm telling you, I want money, and I want women too. I've heard about your affairs a long time ago. Damn, I heard that you have slept with several female teachers. You're very cool, right? Send all those lovers of yours to me, and then introduce me to some female students to play with. Do you hear me? The man in the flowered shirt said. Okay, I'll give it to you whoever you want. Well, this money. Director Liu said in a low voice. I want the money anyway, and I want it today. If you can't come up with the money today, I'll chop off your hands. After saying that, the man in the flowered shirt pulled out a machete. When Director Liu saw the machete in the flowered shirt's hand, he almost peed himself. Then he started crying, saying with snot and tears, Brother Li, I really have no money, please let me go. Fuck you. I don't think you'll cry until you see the coffin. Seeing that Director Liu refused to give him the money, Huer Shirt lost his patience anymore. At this moment, Director Liu suddenly let out a loud roar like a pig being slaughtered. Brother Li, I really have no money. After yelling, Director Liu got up and slammed the man in the flowered shirt hard, then turned around and ran. Director Liu was very strong and knocked the man with flowered shirt to the ground. The man with flowered shirt immediately got angry and stood up and yelled, "Fuck you, you dare to resist. If I don't kill you today, I'm not Gao Gili." "Brother, kill him," the three younger brothers in flowered shirts said immediately. The four of them were about to chase Director Liu, but the man with the flowered shirt turned back for some reason. He opened the car and took out a briefcase. He wanted to chase Director Liu with the briefcase, but after thinking for a while, he handed the briefcase to the yellow-haired brother. "Yellow hair, there are account books and a USB flash drive in it. Don't chase him. Wait here with the bag. Don't lose the things in the bag. The prince's things are also in it. Watch them carefully and deliver them to the prince later." Chapter 14, Talking to Senior. Money, there was a lot of money in that bag. The first thing that caught my eye was 5 bundles of red banknotes. I felt my head buzzing, and I became even more frightened. Because I only wanted to get Gao Gili's account book, but I didn't expect that I accidentally robbed Gao Gili's money. If Gao Gili calls the police, I will definitely be sentenced by the police. I immediately covered my bag and hid in the internet cafe for a long time. After I calmed down, I carefully opened my bag and looked for the account book of Director Liu's debt. In addition to the money, there was a bunch of keys, a bank card, 2 small notebooks, and a USB flash drive in the bag. If I guessed correctly, there was still a lot of money in the bank card. But I didn't know the password, and I didn't want to rob Gao Gili's money, so I wasn't very interested in the bank card. The only things I was interested in were the 2 small notebooks and a USB flash drive. If I could get the account book of the money owed by Director Liu, I could go to Director Liu to collect the debt like Gao Gili did. When I thought of Director Liu begging for mercy from me like a dog, I felt inexplicably excited. With shaking hands, I opened the 2 small notebooks. On them, I saw many names. Gradually, I understood the purpose of the 2 small notebooks. One small notebook was the account book of Director Liu's debts. He owed Gao Gili 50,000 yuan, and now the interest has doubled to 550,000 yuan. The other small notebook was the account book of Gao Gili's bribes to many bigwigs. In that account book, I actually saw the name of the principal. So, what is the USB flash drive in the bag used for? Taking a deep breath, I inserted the USB drive into the computer and checked the contents. It's evidence that Gao Gili bribed others and that others owed him money. I clicked on the folder with Director Liu's name on it and saw Director Liu was naked, holding up his ID card and saying, "I, Liu XX, owe Gao Gili 50,000 yuan. If you don't pay it back by the due date, you will bear the consequences yourself." Seeing Director Liu's ugly appearance, I couldn't help laughing. Then I checked other videos in the USB drive and found that many men had taken such videos. They all lost money in gambling, and then borrowed money from Gao Gili and took such a video. The video of the principal collecting money seemed to be secretly recorded. In the video, the principal took a bank card from a young man with a smile on his face and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely get it done for you." Staring at the hundreds of folders in the USB drive, I couldn't help but wipe the sweat off my head. As long as I kept Gao Gili's account books and USB drive safe, I thought both the principal and the director would treat me like a nightmare. This wave is worth it. At this moment, my eyes were suddenly attracted by a folder. On the folder, Hanxin's name was written. Surprised, I quickly opened the account book of Gao Gili's loans. In that account book, I quickly found Hanxin's name. And she owed a lot, actually owed Gao Gili 10,000 yuan, and now the interest has doubled to 80,000 yuan. I opened Hanxin's folder and saw a lot of photos and videos. I clicked on one of them and immediately became uneasy. Hanxin in the photo was not wearing any clothes. Although I was badly treated by Hanxin, I still felt something when I saw her photo. Then I clicked on her other photos and videos, and I started to feel worse. Hanxin has a great figure. It would be great if I could have sex with her once. I clicked on many photos of girls and admired them carefully. Then, resisting the discomfort, I pulled out the USB drive from the computer, put it away, walked out of the internet cafe, and headed home. On the way home, I was afraid of running into Wang Mao, so I walked very carefully. But when I grabbed Wang Mao, he didn't see my face. If we saw each other from opposite sides, he probably wouldn't recognize it was me. It's better to be careful, I thought to myself as I walked home cautiously. Suddenly, I stopped, then quickly hid in the dark, staring straight ahead. When I robbed the yellow-haired man, there was only one car downstairs. Now, there are more than a dozen cars parked downstairs. I also saw a Ferrari. A young man was standing next to the car, his face was livid and he was looking around. Next to him, the yellow-haired man I robbed had been beaten to a pulp. With a loud slap, the young man slapped the car hard. Even if you have to turn this community upside down, you have to find the account book for me. Yes, Prince. Gao Gili's face was pale and he was trembling as he stood beside the young man. I finally understood that this young man was the big shot behind the scenes, and Gao Gili was just his little brother. I secretly glanced at the yellow-haired man on the ground, and I saw that he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Instantly, I felt my legs go weak. Then I thought about it, ran outside the community and called Tang Yuxin and said, "Yuxin, are you okay?" "It's okay, what's wrong?" Tang Yuxin's voice was natural, gentle and pleasant on the phone. Hearing that Tang Yuxin was fine, I breathed a sigh of relief. I'm going to the internet cafe with my friends tonight and won't be going back. After saying that, I hung up the phone. Thinking about the badly beaten Wang Mao, and the dozen cars downstairs, I finally realized what a disaster I had caused. But I'm already in a lot of trouble now. Han Xin and a bunch of hooligans in the school want to beat me up, and Director Liu wants to beat me up too. Even if I don't cause this trouble, my situation won't be much better. Damn it, I'll use Gao Gili's account book to solve the problem first. After I solve the problem, I'll secretly return the account book to you. I didn't dare tell Tang Yuxin about the account book because I was afraid she would worry about me. That night, I hid in an internet cafe and saved the photos and videos in the USB drive to my phone, then slept in the internet cafe all night. The next morning, when I woke up, it was already past 8 o'clock. I went home first. When I got home, there were no cars downstairs. I hid the purse and the money in it under the bed in my bedroom. I took the 2 account books and the USB drive with me, and then went to school. Chapter 15 Han Xi's Method. Tick, tick, a few drops of water fell from the faucet, and Han Xi's face became even paler. At this moment, the whole bathroom was silent. Her subordinates were all looking at her in surprise, wondering why Han Xin was so scared. And I know that Han Xin owes Gao Gili a lot of money and took such photos and videos for him. Once her photos are seen by others, she will no longer have the face to study in this school. I clearly saw that Han Xi's eyes flickered and her face gradually turned as pale as a sheet of paper. When she saw my fearless look, she thought for a moment and said to her subordinates, "You guys go out for a while, I'll talk to this kid." "Sister Yin, this guy hits women," said a younger brother who admired Han Xin. "Get out," Han Xin said coldly. No one dared to disobey the order given by the first sister. Instantly, Han Xin's subordinates, the squad leader and Lin Shanshan, walked out of the bathroom. Then, Han Xin thought for a moment and locked the bathroom door. Then, he looked at me warily and said, "What do you know? Tell me clearly, what happened between Gao Gili and me? Are you involved with Gao Gili?" Gao Gili is a moneylender and a well-known big brother in the city. After hearing what Han Xin said, I looked at her and smiled. "I'm not with Gao Gili, but I saw some good things. And, that thing is in my hand now." "Where is it? Let me see." Han Xin was a little anxious. When I thought about how she slapped me just now, I felt a little angry. I smiled and took out my phone, then found Han Xin's photo. I waved it in front of her and said, "Here." Where did you get my photo?" When Han Xin saw her own photo, she screamed and came over to snatch my phone. Of course I wouldn't let her get my phone, so I quickly put it in my pocket, then dodged her and said, "You don't have to worry about where I got your photos. I just want to tell you that all your photos and videos are with me now, and no one else has them except me. And my phone is useless even if you take it away, because I have backups hidden somewhere else." "What?" At this moment, Han Xin widened her beautiful eyes. Han Xin is very beautiful and is the school belle. She knows how to dress up, with fashionable clothes and exquisite makeup, which attracts all the boys in the school. If she goes to college and becomes more mature, she might be able to compete with Tang Yuxin. Because she was pretty and used to being praised by everyone, she gradually developed a vain character. Almost every month, she would spend a lot of money on clothes and cosmetics. When she ran out of money, she would ask students and some boys who liked her for money. Just a few months ago, she had just bought a set of expensive cosmetics and a brand name mobile phone. Then she fell in love with a brand name bag, and she felt itchy and couldn't sleep all day. Finally, she made up her mind to buy the brand name bag. She took some photos of herself and borrowed 10,000 yuan from an online loan platform. She thought she could pay off the loan next month, and after that, she would ask the borrower to delete the photos and everything would be fine. However, she didn't expect that the interest would double to 15,000 yuan the next month. And the boy she got money from didn't have any money to give her. As for Gao Gili, she was the person who lent her money on the online platform. Nowadays, everything is technological, and even Gao Gili uses both the real world and the internet. Han Xiyin was silent, looking at me with an uncertain expression. She didn't know whether she should believe me. If her photo and Gao Gili's account book were really with me, then I would be her future creditor, and she wouldn't have to worry about Gao Gili's entanglement anymore. And if the photo in my hand was only obtained by accident, then she would still be afraid of me. I want to cry but I don't have the tears. Han Xiyin is in my hands today. She doesn't want her photo to be spread out and become a sensation in the school or even the entire internet. After thinking for a while, Han Xiyin immediately asked me, where did you get my photo? I can't say. I smiled and shook my head. So, Gao Gili really doesn't have any photos of me? Are you really the only one who has my photos? And Gao Gili's account book is also with you? Han Xiyin asked me again. Har, you owe Gao Gili 10,000 yuan, and the interest has doubled to 80,000 yuan. Now you have paid Gao Gili 30,000 yuan, and you still owe him 50,000 yuan, right? I asked. Gao Gili's account book is really with you. After hearing what I said, Han Xiyin finally believed me. She never dreamed that Gao Gili's account book would be with me. She wanted to beat me to death before, but now I have become her creditor. When she thought of the hatred between her and me, she became a little scared. Although I beat her, she beat me even worse. She also brought all the hooligans in the school to make me afraid to go to school. If I wanted to play a trick on her and show her photos to others, she would have no face to live in school anymore. Gradually, Han Xiyin's face turned paler. Her voice unconsciously became tense. Han Xiyin thought for a moment and asked me, I beat you before. Now, you are my creditor. What do you want to do? After listening to Han Xiyin's words, I looked at her chest rising and falling, and my breathing became a little tense. I have been holding back my anger since I saw her photo last night, and now I am starting to feel it again. Until now, I have never tasted that. I don't like her, I just want to take advantage of her. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva, and I said to her, Senior, you hit me before, and I hit you too. If you don't cause trouble for me in the future, we can forget about it. As for the money you owe Gao Gili, if you behave better, I can ask you not to pay it back. After saying that, I felt even more uncomfortable. Just a few days ago, Gao Gili had pestered her and told her that if she didn't pay him back, he would make her sell herself. Chapter 16 Sister Yin's Slap. Han Xiyin is the school belle and the most popular girl in the school. She is almost second to none in the school. At this moment, she squatted in front of me obediently, raised her head and gave me a delicate smile. I knew what she was going to do. My face suddenly became hot, and a strange feeling surged in my heart. I don't know why, but I suddenly thought of Tang Yuxin. I remembered the agreement between Tang Yuxin and me, and she promised me that as long as I became as good as her, she would be my girlfriend. But now, Han Xiyin was squatting in front of me. I suddenly became hesitant, and I felt that I might be a little sorry for Tang Yuxin. However, I have never tasted the taste of a girl, and I really want that kind of thing. And the object is Han Xiyin, which is something I dare not even dream of. When I lowered my head, I saw that Han Xiyin had actually. At this moment, the door of the bathroom suddenly rang. At the same time, Tang Yuxin's voice came from outside the door. The sudden knock on the door startled Han Xiyin and I. We quickly separated. I didn't expect Tang Yuxin to come to see me, and I felt extremely nervous. He quickly whispered to Han Xiyin, "Don't tell anyone about our relationship." How could I possibly tell you something like this? You are not allowed to show the photos and videos of me at your place to anyone else. Han Xiyin whispered to me. Good. I quietly agreed with Han Xiyin that I would simply tidy up my clothes. When I heard Tang Yuxin getting anxious outside, I opened the door of the bathroom. When I opened the door of the bathroom, I saw a lot of people standing outside. Tang Yuxin thought I was being beaten by Han Xiyin, and she seemed a little surprised when I opened the door. Wang Yu, are you okay? Seeing Han Xiyin and I with red faces, Tang Yuxin frowned slightly. It's okay feeling guilty, I quickly said to Tang Yuxin. What are you and Han Xiyin doing in the bathroom? Tang Yuxin asked me suspiciously. No, nothing. Thinking about what happened with Han Xiyin just now, I felt even more panicked. Really? After hearing what I said, Tang Yuxin looked at me suspiciously, and then looked at Han Xiyin. In the eyes of others, Han Xiyin and I are sworn enemies, and nothing will ever happen between us. But Tang Yuxin is very smart, and the red faces of Han Xiyin and I could not escape her eyes. Just as Tang Yuxin was staring at the two of us, Lin Shanshan started to talk nonsense again. You always need the teacher to save you when you are in danger. You are such a loser. After hearing what Lin Shanshan said, Han Xiyin reacted immediately. In front of Tang Yuxin, she deliberately glared at me and said, Wang Yu, since you apologized to me, we'll let it go. If you dare to pretend again next time, I'll let you die in school. Thinking that Han Xiyin was really good at handling things, I quickly nodded and said, yes, senior sister, I was wrong. I won't dare to pretend with you again next time. Let's go. After secretly glancing at Tang Yuxin, Han Xiyin took his people away. When Han Xiyin took her people away, I felt that the way she looked at Tang Yuxin was a little strange, as if she knew the relationship between Tang Yuxin and me. I went to grab Gao Gili's account book, or I wanted to protect Tang Yuxin. I couldn't help but think in my heart, Han Xiyin would not tell others about the relationship between Tang Yuxin and me. But she probably can't say it, because I have the leverage over her. I didn't go to the second class for exercise. I hid in Tang Yuxin's office as usual. Sitting on the chair, Tang Yuxin looked at me with a strange expression and smiled, then said to me in a strange tone, Wang Yu, I haven't seen you for just one night. It seems that your life is going well. Feeling that Tang Yuxin's tone was a bit sour, I looked at her helplessly and said, Teacher Tang, what's wrong with me? Oh, after not seeing each other for one night, your address has changed from Yuxin to Teacher Tang. Tang Yuxin's tone became even more sour. Tang Yuxin had always refused to be with me, so she set a goal for me, telling me that she would only be my girlfriend if I became as good as her. Now, I clearly felt that she was jealous. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought about it and squatted beside her, hugged her legs and said, Yuxin, what's wrong with you? I don't quite understand what you mean. The door is not locked. Tang Yuxin twisted her slender legs. If it's not locked, it's not locked, I said. With Gao Gili's account book, I have already dealt with Han Xiyin, and almost let Han Xiyin give me that. Now even if Director Liu sees me and Tang Yuxin like this, I can still easily deal with him. Seeing that I was not afraid of Director Liu at all, Tang Yuxin was a little surprised. Then she frowned and thought for a while, and asked me, Wang Yu, you didn't go home last night, what on earth did you do? I'm going to the internet cafe all night. You can smell the cigarette smoke on me, I said. After hearing what I said, Tang Yuxin smelled the cigarette smoke on me. Frowning slightly, Tang Yuxin asked me again, so, why did Han Xiyin call you to the bathroom? She caught me, and then I apologized to her just now, and she let me go, I said. Really? Tang Yuxin asked me. Looking at Tang Yuxin's suspicious eyes, I felt that her jealous look was a little cute. I never thought that Tang Yuxin would be jealous of me. Suddenly, a warm feeling surged in my heart. After thinking about it, I grabbed her slender fingers, hooked them together and said, Wife, are you jealous? No. Tang Yuxin's pretty face turned red and she turned to look out the window. Seeing Tang Yuxin's jealous look gave me an indescribable feeling. I took advantage of Han Xiyin because I hated her for hitting me and wanted to retaliate against her. But I felt differently about Tang Yuxin. When I saw Tang Yuxin, I felt inexplicably happy. I had a sweet and sour feeling, and at the same time, I felt very secure. I felt that I was not afraid of anything when I was with Tang Yuxin. Chapter 17 Sister Yin's Reward. The slap was crisp and loud. Instantly, the monitor was stunned, covering the red slap mark on his face and looking at her in confusion. He never dreamed that Han Xin would actually hit him, and it was because of me. Then, the monitor began to feel wronged. He looked at the students in the corridor who were attracted by the class, and looked at Lin Shanshan who had just walked out of the class with a surprised look on her face. It was the first time that he was beaten, and the monitor who always regarded himself as a favored child of heaven soon lost face. He couldn't stand Han Xin beating him in front of everyone, and he couldn't stand Han Xin beating him in front of Lin Shanshan. Almost crying, the squad leader said to Han Xin with tears in his eyes, "Sister Yin, what's wrong with me? Why did you hit me all of a sudden? I was kind enough to help you beat Wang Yu, why did you hit me?" Seeing the squad leader about to cry, I found it funny. If he hadn't always been causing trouble for me, he wouldn't have been beaten by Han Xin. Har har, this is his karma. And who is Han Xin? She is the female boss in the school and a very powerful person in the school. For her, beating people doesn't need a reason. Hearing the monitor's voice getting louder, Han Xin slapped him again. "Why are you talking so loudly? Do you want to deafen me? Damn it, a piece of shit like you is qualified to talk to me." This slap made the other half of the squad leader's face red. After hearing what Han Xin said, the squad leader couldn't help but burst into tears. At the same time, the hooligans that the squad leader had just found immediately stood on Han Xin's side. They all wanted to get close to Han Xin, and they quickly flattered Han Xin and said, "Sister Yin, this kid actually dared to speak loudly to you, do you want us to help you teach him a lesson?" "Whatever," Han Xin said unhappily. "Fuck you." After hearing Han Xin's words, one of the hooligans kicked the squad leader. Then, the hooligans the squad leader had just found rushed over, surrounded the squad leader and started to kick him. I hate this kind of dog the most. Looking at the monitor with contempt, Han Xinyin pulled me out of the teaching building. When Han Xin pulled me, I saw the students in the corridor were looking at me. They looked at me with strange eyes, not understanding why Han Xin was so nice to me. And Lin Shanshan behind me, I also felt that she looked at me for a long time. Oh my god, this feels so good. Holding my hand, Han Xin led me out of the teaching building. When we walked out of the teaching building, I saw her face blushing as she held my hand. I gently broke free from her hand and whispered to her, "Senior, where can we go to eat spicy hot pot?" Sensing that I was embarrassed, Han Xin looked at me with interest and said, "Little brother, are you still embarrassed?" No. I felt a little nervous. Har har, what's wrong with holding hands? Isn't this normal? As long as you delete my photos, except for my first time, I will give you whatever you want. Han Xin said to me. Yeah. I nodded slightly. Han Xin wanted me to delete her photos. As long as I could delete her photos, Han Xin wanted to do everything for me. Although I didn't want to let Tang Yuxin down, I was still looking forward to Han Xin's first time. In my heart, I felt that Han Xin was a green tea. Although I didn't like her, I didn't want to let her off so quickly. I wanted to play with her more, so I didn't tell her clearly when I deleted her photos. Soon, Han Xin took me into the school cafeteria. The cafeteria was bustling with students getting their meals. Taking me to a place with few people to sit down, Han Xin scanned the crowd with her beautiful eyes. Then she beckoned a student who looked like a gangster and said, "Brother, go buy me 2 servings of spicy hot pot. I want kelp, bean curd, potato chips and mushrooms, and add more vinegar and chili oil." "Wang Yu, what do you want?" "Just the same as yours, no vinegar, not too spicy," I said to Han Xin. "Well, bring me 2 more bottles of soda." Han Xin waved her hand at the hooligans and let them go. Then, Han Xin smiled at me charmingly, "My junior brother Wang Yu, when can you delete the photos of my senior sister?" "It depends on your performance," I said. After hearing what I said, Han Xin understood what I meant. She knew that I hadn't dealt with her well in the bathroom, but I still wanted to take advantage of her. After thinking about it, Han Xin rubbed my trouser legs with her shoes and said, "Shall we go outside the school later? I'll show my good behavior." Han Xin was so sexy that she gently rubbed me twice and I soon felt it again. Then I thought about the feeling of her helping me, and I felt a little itchy in my heart. But thinking of Tang Yuxin, she was still waiting for me at home, and Han Xin and I had to go home right after dinner. I resisted the uncomfortable feeling in my heart and said to Han Xin, "It's not possible at noon today, let's wait until the evening." "Why not at noon?" Han Xin was a little disappointed. "I have something to do at noon," I said. Oh, after hearing what I said, Han Xian's expression looked a little sour. Soon, the thug who bought the spicy hot pot for us came over. After putting the spicy hot pot on the table, the thug put the soda on the table and said, "Sister Yin, I'm leaving now." "Well, let's go." Han Xian nodded. In front of others, Han Xian is a person that everyone fears. But in front of me, Han Xian is as obedient as a kitten. Although I know that she is trying to please me and just wants me to delete her photos, if I really delete her photos, she may not recognize me in the blink of an eye, but I enjoy the feeling that she is trying to please me now. "Are you free tonight?" Han Xian asked me after thinking for a while. "Just to take a look," I said. Picking up a potato chip with chopsticks, Han Xian took a bite and thought for a while before saying, "Little brother, I apologize for hitting you before. If I knew Gao Gili's account book was in your hands, I would definitely not dare to hit you. If you can delete my photos, except for my first time, I can give you anything you want. For example, as for that dog in your class, if you don't like him, I can have him kicked out of school immediately." Chapter 18, Off-Campus Party. The hot spicy hot pot splashed all over Xiaoguang's face and all over me. The temperature and the spicy oil in the spicy hot pot immediately splashed into Xiaoguang's eyes, burning him so much that he screamed. Xiaoguang was very short and thin, and his fighting ability was almost zero. If it weren't for Han Xian's protection, he would never have become the leader of the first grade. Compared to me, Xiaoguang is just a more advanced lackey of Han Xian. She can beat or scold such a person as she wants. But I am the one who makes her uneasy now. I still have her photos and videos, and her high-interest loan of 50,000 yuan. If she can't pay back the money next month, I'm afraid the interest will increase to a terrifying level. This high-interest loan has tortured her for several months. Now, when she saw the spicy hot pot splashed all over me, her face turned pale. Then she walked to my side in fear, took out a wet towel from her body and wiped me and said, "Wang Yu, are you okay?" Han Xian's attitude towards me surprised Xiaoguang's younger brothers. The back of my head was still buzzing from Xiaoguang's fan, and I looked at the spicy hot pot on my body. I immediately stood up with a sullen face and said, "I'm going home." "Wang Yu, Wang Yu." Seeing me leaving, Han Xian immediately ran over to pull me. "Don't bother me, I want some quiet time." I glared at Han Xian fiercely, then strode out of the cafeteria. When I walked out of the cafeteria, I was relieved to see that Han Xian didn't follow me. Then I thought of Xiaoguang's embarrassed look just now, and I couldn't help laughing. Although Xiaoguang implicated me and I was splashed with spicy hot pot, I still felt happy. I thought Han Xian was really good at dealing with things and always made me happy. If I didn't know that her kindness to me was fake and she was only being nice to me because I had something on her, I would have really fallen in love with her. It was the slap Xiaoguang gave me on the back of my head that really annoyed me. I felt that I had no status in school because I always relied on Han Xian to help me. I should find some helpers in school and build my own power. When I got home, I saw Tang Yuxin waiting for me at home. Wearing a small vest and shorts, Tang Yuxin was lying lazily on the sofa, drowsy. "Where have you been again?" She seemed very sleepy, and said in a daze when she saw me come back. "Someone invited me to dinner, so I had a bite outside. You must be hungry, so I'll feed you something from below." I sat on the sofa next to her and grabbed her soft, boneless little feet. "No, I'm not eating anymore. I didn't sleep the whole night, and I'm so sleepy that I can hardly open my eyes. I'll take a nap first, and you study. You don't have to be afraid about what happened to Director Liu. He didn't come to school today, and I guess those loan sharks have started to collect the debts, and he's so scared that he doesn't dare to come to work. From now on, no one will bully you." After looking at me dazedly, Tang Yuxin closed her eyes and fell asleep. The weather is good today, the sun is warm, the windows are open, and the warm wind blows in. I am still holding Tang Yuxin's soft feet in my hands, and looking at her tired appearance, an indescribable feeling gradually surges in my heart. Tang Yuxin was exhausted because of me. I really want to say thank you to her for being so kind to me. After thinking for a while, I held up her little feet and kissed them. Then I found a thin blanket and gently covered her with it. Then I looked at her silently for a while, and my heart became warm again. It turned out that Director Liu had been scared by Gao Gili and the others and dared not come to school. If that was the case, wouldn't I be invincible in the school? When I thought of this, I felt inexplicably excited. I have taken care of Han Xian, and Director Liu doesn't dare to come to school anymore. From now on, no one can bully me in school anymore. My disrupted life can finally return to normal. I can finally study hard like a normal student and enjoy the good times on campus. From today on, it will be the first day of my new life. I will listen to Tang Yuxin, study hard, and become as good as Tang Yuxin. In school, I will also find a way to build my own power. I not only want to study well, but also to mix well. I, Wang Yu, want to become a Wang Yu who is both civil and military. I am ambitious. With my ambition, I sat in the bedroom and studied hard. In the middle, I couldn't help but secretly glance at Tang Yuxin, and my heart was full of motivation. Suddenly, a strange idea came to my mind. When can I sleep with Tang Yuxin? Like a couple, under the same quilt, sleeping in the same bed. When I wake up in the morning, I can see her delicate face and kiss her thin lips. I remember Tang Yuxin told me that it was her first kiss and she had never been kissed by anyone. I secretly looked at Tang Yuxin's tender lips, and the feeling of kissing her in my heart began to become stronger. Tang Yuxin told me that if I ranked in the top 30 in the class, she would give me a big reward. In the afternoon, Tang Yuxin was still sleeping, so I went to school alone. When I got to school, I saw that there were no gangsters trying to catch me. I was in a good mood and bought a bottle of water and walked into the classroom. As soon as I walked into the classroom, I saw the monitor and Lin Shanshan looked at me. The monitor, Lin Shanshan and Han Xiyin were all boarding students in the school. Because they lived in the school dormitory, they had the opportunity to make many friends. Unlike me, I was alone and had no chance to make friends. Seeing me coming in, the monitor touched his slightly swollen face and glared at me fiercely. Then, the monitor thought for a moment and walked to Lin Shanshan and said, "Shanshan, some people really have no bottom line. In order to avoid being beaten and to curry favor with the school boss, they are willing to do anything." If he hadn't knelt down to Han Xiyin, I guess Han Xiyin wouldn't have been so nice to him. If I had known that Han Xiyin would be so nice to him if I knelt down to Han Xiyin, I would have knelt down to Han Xiyin too. Chapter 19 Uninvited Guests at Home. With this slap, Xiao Guang made the monitor take 2 steps back. Because someone of Xiao Guang's status came to me, he attracted a lot of attention in the class. At this moment, the class's attention was all drawn to us. In front of the whole class, Xiao Guang pointed at the monitor and said viciously, "You bastard, stop pretending to be good with my brother Yu in the future, do you hear me? My brother Yu is not someone you are qualified to touch." "What?" The squad leader covered his burning cheek in shock. Lin Shanshan, her beautiful eyes also changed slightly when she looked at me. "Brother Yu, let's go." Looking at the squad leader's disdainful smile, Xiao Guang respectfully made a gesture of invitation to me. Xiao Guang became the leader of the first grade because of Han Xiyin. In order to maintain his position, Xiao Guang was extremely respectful to Han Xiyin. He dared not fight back when she hit him, and dared not talk back when she scolded him. He wished he could treat Han Xiyin like his own mother. But, at noon, Han Xiyin splashed spicy hot pot on his face for me. After I left, Han Xiyin asked his men to teach him a lesson. He already knew that I was very important in Han Xiyin's eyes, definitely more important than him, his adopted brother. And he was a smart man. When he saw me leaving the cafeteria, Han Xiyin carefully pulled my arm to stop me from leaving. But after I said something with a dark face, Han Xiyin immediately became timid. He vaguely felt that maybe I was more capable than Han Xiyin, the older sister in his school. When he took me to the karaoke bar outside the school, he couldn't help but secretly glance at me and made a secret decision in his heart. I must find a way to hold onto this thigh. The karaoke hall where the school elders gather is a medium-sized KTV. When Xiao Guang and I walked into the KTV, we saw Han Xiyin, Chen Jianming, Wang Meng and some of the school's celebrities were already waiting. There were about 20 people in total, about 10 boys and 10 girls. The boys had different looks, but the girls were all dressed up. I was a little nervous, thinking that all the people here were good students in school. And the girls were all very pretty. Wang Meng and Chen Jianming seemed to know that Han Xiyin wanted to praise me. In their hearts, they all thought that I knelt down to apologize to Han Xiyin, and that I gave Han Xiyin a lot of money, so Han Xiyin's attitude towards me suddenly became better, and she wanted to praise me as a big brother in the school. They didn't know how much Han Xiyin wanted to curry favor with me now, hoping that I could erase her usury. When Xiao Guang and I walked into the private room, I vaguely heard Wang Meng say "Kaizi" to Chen Jianming. Then Wang Meng put his legs on the coffee table, lit a cigarette and sneered at me. Brother, not bad. You have my sister Yin as your thigh, you will be able to rise to the top in the future. He. Chen Jianming is Han Xian's favorite little brother, and he is the boss of our high school class. He felt that I might threaten his position, but when he thought of his 7 little brothers, he just looked at me with disdain and sneered. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Not only Wang Meng and Chen Jianming disliked me, but also many of the hooligans in the private room disliked me. Besides them, some girls also looked at me with particular anger. Because I beat up many of them in order to protect myself. Although Han Xian has a high status in the school, she couldn't beat everyone up for me. Moreover, Wang Meng's status is equal to hers, and the reason why he gave her face to come to the karaoke bar to drink is because his wife has a good relationship with Han Xian. Not wanting to arouse public anger, Han Xian smiled and immediately stood up and said, "The elders of our number 2 middle school haven't gathered for a long time. Let's get together today. I'll treat you. Junior Wang Yu had a misunderstanding with us before, and he apologized to me today. From now on, our grievances with Wang Yu are wiped out, and he is one of us. I recognize him as my younger brother. If any of you mess with Wang Yu again, you are messing with me, Han Xian." Han Xian's words were very social, showing that she had a domineering temperament. After hearing Han Xian's words, Wang Meng opened a bottle of beer and smiled and said to her, "Sister Yin, how much red envelope did Wang Yu give you?" "What red envelope? I support him because I admire him." Han Xian immediately glared at Wang Meng fiercely. Har, what's there for you to admire about such a coward? Is he good at fighting? Let him challenge me in a one-on-one duel. Is he as handsome as me? Can he be of ours? Wang Meng said in a rough voice. After hearing Wang Meng's words, many people in the private room laughed. The gangsters all whistled loudly, and the girls looked at him shyly with red faces. I frowned and looked at Wang Meng. I felt uncomfortable and didn't say anything. In terms of fighting, I do admire Wang Meng, because he has practiced martial arts and is from the countryside. I am no match for him. But in terms of looks, I think I am much more handsome than him. Wang Meng is not handsome at all, with a round body and a rustic look. He also wears a pair of pink tights, which are covered with a lot of oil stains, as if they have not been washed for a long time. It's just that he is good at fighting and is the boss of the school, so even though he is not handsome, everyone thinks he is handsome. Soon everyone started singing and drinking, and Wang Meng took the microphone and started to sing like a wolf. His singing was awful, but everyone still said against their will that he sang well. The song he sang was called "A Man Should Be Self-Reliant." He twisted his body while singing, "Pride, facing the waves. Passionate blood, like the red sun. Courage. Like iron. Bones. Like steel. A mind as broad as 1,000 feet." When he sang, even though it was an old song, everyone cheered loudly. And, along with the flashing lights in the room, they twisted their bodies along with him. I know Wang Meng looks down on me, and many people in the room look down on me. But I don't care. They don't beat me now, and I feel comfortable. I can drink with these big guys. If the squad leader knew that I was with them, he would be very envious of me. Chapter 20: The Mysterious Ling Yang. Who are you? I sobered up instantly. My heart almost jumped into my throat. At this moment, my blood almost froze, and I felt cold all over. A strong sense of danger suddenly lingered around me. There was a cold, murderous aura on him. There was a strong smell of blood on him. Although he was smiling, his eyes were still cold. He smiled at me, like a god in heaven, without joy or sadness. He smiled, put away the steel wire he was playing with, took out a cigarette and lit it. Then, he exhaled a long wisp of mist, picked up Tang Yuxin's photo frame on the TV cabinet, and looked at Tang Yuxin's clean and pretty face with a smile. A few months ago, I was also a tenant here. I remember that I was being chased by someone and it was Tang Yuxin who saved me. The bandages and some hemostatic medicine here were bought by her at that time. She is very beautiful, kind, and cute, a girl worth protecting. And I am just a passerby here, I am not worthy of her. Since you already have feelings for her, I hope you treat her well and cherish her. After hearing what the young man said, I couldn't help but be shocked. He actually knew the secret between Tang Yuxin and me. How did he know the secret between Tang Yuxin and me? Did he follow me and see me when I was with Tang Yuxin? I could clearly feel that this person was not an ordinary person. He was staring at my photo of Tang Yuxin. I never dreamed that he had lived in this house before and was my last tenant. I never thought that the bandage Tang Yuxin used to bandage me last time was left by him. I could feel that he liked Tang Yuxin, and an indescribable feeling suddenly surged in my heart. I couldn't help but frown slightly, and I quietly clenched my fists. Who are you? After hearing what I said, he still didn't answer my question. Instead, he put down Tang Yuxin's photo, walked to the window and looked downstairs. You are very brave. You actually dared to rob the prince's things. Maybe you don't know who the prince is. The prince is the most powerful brother in the city. His strength, his influence, his financial resources, and his background are not something a small person like you can afford to offend. In the bag you stole from Gao Gili, there were 2 account books. One of them was evidence of the close contacts between the prince and many people. That account book is very important. If used properly, it can be used to do many important things. But you actually used it to threaten ordinary students and used it to be a gangster in school. It's really a waste of resources. Considering the favor Tang Yuxin has done me, I won't touch you. Hand over the account book to me, and I will give you an extra 1 million in cash. The young man turned around, his eyes still cold, and looked at me with a smile. After hearing what the young man said, I was shocked. 1 million in cash, this is an astronomical figure for me. I never dreamed that the prince's things would be so valuable. But, I felt that this matter would definitely not be simple. After thinking about it, I suppressed my nervousness and asked him, who are you? My name is Ling Yang, and I am the prince's enemy. We will replace the prince and become the future king of this city. He finally answered my question. Ling Yang. Repeating his name silently in my heart, I endured the sweat dripping down my forehead and looked at him carefully. There was a powerful aura about him. Ever since I came home and saw him, I was oppressed by his powerful aura and felt breathless. I'm not stupid, I understand his intention. The prince's account book records his secrets with many people. Ling Yang is the prince's enemy. If this account book falls into Ling Yang's hands, he will definitely take the opportunity to overthrow the prince. But, after only 1 day, he came to my door, knowing that I had stolen the prince's things. The prince's strength should be no worse than his, and he should also come to me. If I gave him the prince's account book, what would I give him when he found me? When I thought about Wang Mao being beaten to a pulp by the prince because I lost the account book, I felt a chill in my heart. The prince is definitely not someone I can mess with. As for that account book, I will use the contents inside to get rid of Director Liu, and then I will secretly return the account book to the prince. I can only give that account book to the prince, and never to him. Thinking of this, I immediately clenched my fist and said, Ling Yang, I don't know what account book you are talking about. I didn't steal the prince's account book. Go away, this is not your home now, please get out. Har har, didn't you take the prince's things? Ling Yang laughed after hearing what I said. He pulled out a black leather bag from under the sofa, and in front of me, he poured out 5 bundles of brand new banknotes, a bunch of keys and a bank card. Where is the rest of the bag? I don't know. My body trembled uncontrollably and my face changed suddenly. Seeing that I still refused to admit that I took the prince's things, Ling Yang smiled and walked towards me. When he walked towards me, I only felt a huge chill and a strong smell of blood rushing towards me, and my heart became extremely nervous. What do you want to do? Wang Yu, your name is Wang Yu. Tang Yuxin is my benefactor, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. But if you don't hand over the account book, even if Tang Yuxin has done me a favor, I will not let you go. After all, it was Tang Yuxin who saved me, not you. He smiled and put his hand gently on my shoulder. Fuck you. No matter what, I would not hand over the account book to him. I was so scared that I suddenly punched him hard and prepared to run away with the account book. However, I was wrong, my fist had no chance of hitting him, let alone a chance of injuring him and escaping. He actually opened his palm and grabbed my fist, twisting it gently with a smile. My wrist suddenly felt a sharp pain, and I couldn't help but yelled in pain. Chapter 21 How long can I protect you? As I watched Ling Yang's convoy slowly leave, the kitchen knife in my hand fell to the ground with a snap. Until now, I still don't know who Ling Yang is. I only know that the spectacular scene when he left, his ability to almost kill me with one move, and his ambition to become the king of this city are definitely not something a small person like me can afford to provoke. He seems to have a good relationship with the Li family. My mother's surname is Lee, and the Lee family is my mother's maiden family. When I went back upstairs and returned home, I sat on the floor of the living room, holding the jade pendant my mother left me, staring at the broken red string on the pendant in a daze. Gradually, I could hardly hold back my tears. Holding the jade pendant tightly in my palm and gently against my chest, I looked out the window at the distant horizon and said, "Mom, you are not by my side now, and they all bully me. If you were here, would no one dare to bully me?" Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the house. My face was in a state of panic, and I tried hard to hold back the tears that were about to fall. Then I smelled a warm body fragrance, and I knew it was Tang Yuxin who came back. Wearing a purple sportswear and a pair of cute ponytails, Tang Yuxin changed her sexy and seductive image and dressed herself up to be as pure and lovely as a young girl. Tang Yuxin didn't know what happened at home. She was holding 2 plastic bags in her snow-white hands. When Tang Yuxin came home and saw me, her beautiful eyes became indescribably bright. "Xiao Yeye, let's eat hot pot today." Eat hot pot. I don't know why, but I felt relieved when I saw her. I just felt that my bad mood was much better, and I couldn't help but look at her with a surprised expression. "Why does the house smell so alcoholic? Your eyes are so red. Have you been drinking?" Putting down the plastic bag in her hand, Tang Yuxin took off her sneakers, put on white cotton socks, and walked in front of me. Seeing Tang Yuxin frowning, I felt that it was wrong to skip class and go out for a drink in the afternoon. She was my homeroom teacher, and I let her see me drunk. Wasn't this deliberately putting me in danger? My eyes were red, because Ling Yang had strangled me with the steel wire. My drunkenness was also completely gone because of Ling Yang. At this moment, the only thing left on me was the strong smell of alcohol, which lingered. Thinking of the time when I took advantage of Han Xin in the afternoon, I felt a little guilty. I couldn't help but lower my head and wait for Tang Yuxin's criticism like a child who had made a mistake. However, Tang Yuxin did not criticize me. She couldn't help but laugh when she saw me looking ashamed. Then she gently touched my head and said, "Student Wang Yu, considering your good performance in school, Teacher Tang will let you go for now. Go take a shower and we'll have hot pot together when you come out." "Okay." I nodded quickly and ran into the bathroom to take a shower. While taking a shower, I couldn't help but frowning when I looked at the clothes containing the account book and USB flash drive. After I robbed the prince of his things, my troubles had already begun. If Ling Yang hadn't known my mother's family, I might have been strangled to death by Ling Yang. If the prince finds me again, the consequences will be disastrous. I just can't figure out how Ling Yang knew that the prince's things were with me. When I robbed Wang Mao, he didn't see my face. After I got the prince's things, I hid them very carefully. I didn't show off because I got the prince's things, but I threatened Han Xin with Gao Gili's account book. Could it be that Han Xin leaked the secret? Just as I thought of Han Xin, she called me. I turned off the shower in the bathroom, wiped my hands, and answered the phone. "Han Xin, have you told anyone about your account book and photos?" "What? How could I tell anyone else? It's a good thing for me that Gao Gili's account books and photos are with you. How could I tell anyone else and give Gao Gili the opportunity to ask you for the photos and account books back and then come to me to collect the debt?" Han Xin asked back. Han Xin is a scheming bitch, very smart. I guess she already knows that Gao Gili's things are indeed in my hands. Now Gao Gili has lost the evidence of debt collection. Without the evidence of debt collection, Gao Gili's debt collection is equivalent to disguised robbery. As for Gao Gili's things in my hands, I may have picked them up, or I stole them from him. She would never think that I stole Gao Gili's things. As for Gao Gili's things, they are much better with me than in Gao Gili's hands. I won't threaten her to pay back the money like Gao Gili did, and I won't force her to sell them. I just take advantage of her a little bit, and she can still accept it. So, how did Ling Yang know that Gao Gili and the Prince's things were with me? Brother Yu, please don't doubt me. I have already accepted you as my brother, how could I betray you? Now we are in the same boat, and I can't wait to love you. How about, are you busy tonight? There is no one at my house at night, why don't you come to my house? Han Xinyin asked me. Come to your house? I was surprised. Well, I'm home and not in the dormitory. My parents went out to play mahjong and they probably won't be back until after 12 o'clock. Do you want to come to my house and play? Han Xin was chatting with me when a strange voice came from the other side. What are you doing? I heard a strange voice asking from her end. P. Han Xiyin said to me. Damn. Han Xiyin is so sexy. When I heard Han Xiyin say she was peeing, I felt a little uncomfortable. Then I wanted to go to her house and ask her to help me solve it. But I remembered that Tang Yuxin had prepared hot pot for me and was waiting for me outside. I resisted Han Xiyin's temptation and said to her, "Not tonight, let's go when I have nothing to do." Hey, I came back home on purpose. When we left the karaoke bar at night, there were too many people around us, and I couldn't ask you to go with me. I'm going out to sketch tomorrow, and it will take a week for me to come back. Han Xiyin seemed a little disappointed after hearing what I said. Where do you go to sketch? I asked. Chapter 22 Tang Yuxin's Dream. In the following days, nothing happened. Han Xiyin went out of town to sketch, so she didn't look for me. The hooligans in the school didn't bother to talk to me either. Only Xiao Guang came to see me a few times and invited me to the bathroom to smoke. He was very respectful to me and even invited me to stay overnight at the internet cafe. I didn't go because I wanted to study hard. Han Xiyin called me several times during that time. She felt that we had a good relationship, and she thought that I should not show her photos to others, and would not demand repayment from her like Gao Gili did. So she did not talk to me about deleting the photos, but only talked to me about some ambiguous topics, which made me feel itchy. In the class, Lin Shanshan and I had the same relationship as before. The monitor sensed that I was not in the right position and did not dare to provoke me easily. Lin Shanshan wanted to save face, so she ridiculed me as she wanted, always saying, "He just got close to my sister, who is afraid of him. He is my sister's brother, and I am still her sister." In her heart, she felt that my status was the same as hers now, but not as high as hers, because she was Han Xiyin's first recognized sister, so her status should be higher than mine. Director Liu has not shown up since he was beaten by Gao Gili that day. He is afraid that Gao Gili will come to the school to ask him for money, so he dare not come to the school. I went to Tang Yuxin's office every day to study as before. When no one was in the office, I would secretly take advantage of her. Sometimes when I got angry and wanted to take advantage of her more, she would not let me. She told me to abide by the agreement and give me a reward when I was in the top 30 in the class. As for how Ling Yang knew that I took the prince's things, I still don't understand. One time I saw Gao Gili and his brothers appear at the school gate. His brother Wang Mao was leaning on a cane, which scared me. Wang Meng seemed to know them. I saw Wang Meng go to the school gate to talk to them, and he kept looking inside the school. The school was closed on the weekend, and in order to help me improve my studies, Tang Yuxin gave me a day of tutoring at home. It was not until 12 o'clock in the evening that Tang Yuxin stretched her sore waist and prepared to go back to her room to sleep. At this time, my study has begun to improve, and reading books is no longer like reading a book of heaven. I feel that after the holiday, I can do well in the monthly exam next week. After a while of silence, Tang Yuxin suddenly looked at me curiously and said, "Wang Yu, why have you lived with me for so long, but I have never met your parents? I am curious, why didn't you go home during the holidays?" "Because I want to study with you. If I can get into the top 30 in the class, you can give me a big reward." When I heard Tang Yuxin asking about my family situation, I changed the subject. "Don't change the subject." Tang Yuxin glared at me. After hearing what Tang Yuxin said, I couldn't help but frown slightly, with some hesitation in my eyes. Seeing that I was unwilling to talk about my family, Tang Yuxin's curiosity was aroused. Now, our relationship is a bit like a couple, but also like good friends. We have a lot of topics to talk about, and we can talk about almost anything. After being with her for a long time, my personality has also become much more cheerful. After thinking for a while, Tang Yuxin blinked her eyelids and said to me in a pretended angry tone, "Wang Yu, you know all my secrets. Are you still unwilling to tell me your secrets? And I am your class teacher, so I should have the right to know your affairs, right?" Tang Yuxin used her status as a class teacher to pressure me again. She always does this. Seeing her asking me questions, I knew I couldn't avoid it today. After thinking about it, my eyes became a little dim. I have been lonely for too long, so I sighed and told her about the situation at home. When I was 9 years old, my mother had a car accident and died. I began to feel sad, and I gritted my teeth and said, "My father was a live-in son-in-law, and my grandfather always looked down on him and drove him away. For so many years, my grandfather has been raising me. But he doesn't like me, he only likes my cousin. So except for important holidays, I seldom go home. Your mother is gone, and you have been raised by your grandfather. Tang Yuxin's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange look and she looked at me in surprise. Yes, Grandpa has always looked down on my dad and me. In his eyes, I'm just a bastard born by my mom and someone else. I'm just a waste. When my mom was alive, she protected me. When my mom left this world, there is no one to protect me anymore, I said. How can there be such a grandpa in this world? After hearing what I said, Tang Yuxin couldn't help but clenched her jade hands. Har har, if you saw my grandfather you would know. I smiled bitterly. Tang Yuxin, she didn't expect my family to be like this, and her eyes gradually turned sympathetic when she looked at me. She thought I was very happy, but she didn't expect that I was just an abandoned child in the family. Apart from living expenses and tuition fees, my family never cared about my life or death. After thinking for a while, she suddenly grabbed my hand with her slender fingers. At this moment, her eyes were firm. Wang Yu, your mother is gone, and your relatives don't care about you. You should study harder and make yourself outstanding, so that your relatives can see how outstanding you are, right? Wang Yu, your mother is gone, and your relatives don't care about you. From now on, I will be your relative, okay? After listening to Tang Yuxin's words, I felt the warmth in her palms, and my eyes gradually changed. Resisting the urge to cry, I nodded vigorously and said to her with an uncomfortable throat, yeah. Wang Yu, actually you are very smart, but your academic foundation is a little weak. You have studied very hard these days and you have made great progress. It's already very late, you should go to bed early. The teacher will give you a day off tomorrow, and we will go shopping together over the weekend. Tang Yuxin said to me. Yes, wife. Hearing me call her my wife again, Tang Yuxin glared at me unhappily. Then she twisted my waist and went back to her room to sleep. The next day, Tang Yuxin and I slept until almost 9 o'clock. We woke up almost at the same time, opened the bedroom door, looked at each other, and then smiled. Chapter 23, Miss Li. Without making a sound, when Tang Yuxin and I returned home, I told her that I forgot to buy something, and then ran back downstairs. When I ran downstairs, I looked up at the surveillance camera in the community. Then I clenched my fists and quickly ran to the security room of the community. When I explained my purpose, I saw the security guard of the community showed an impatient expression and said, looking at the surveillance again, what's so good about it? The surveillance from last week has been taken away, there is no surveillance anymore. The security guard looked down on me because I was young. I turned pale and thought for a moment before asking, who took the surveillance camera? 2 groups of people came, and the first group took it away. The security guard became impatient again and ignored me. After hearing what the security guard said, I couldn't help but squeeze my sweaty palms. Then I frowned and gradually understood what was going on. It was a surveillance camera. Although Huang Mao didn't see my face when I robbed the prince's things, the surveillance camera in the community recorded everything completely. Leng Yang, he is the enemy of the prince. He is more skilled than the prince. When he heard that the prince had lost something, he immediately took people to take away the surveillance camera of the community. Instead of gathering people to dig 3 feet underground to search for me like the prince did. When he reacted and looked at the surveillance camera, it had been taken away by Leng Yang. In the surveillance camera of the community, Leng Yang saw my face. Leng Yang, he knows someone from the Li family. When he knew I was from the Li family, he stopped making things difficult for me. If I guess correctly, Leng Yang would keep the secret that the thing was in my hands for me, and he would not let the prince know that the thing was in my hands, giving the prince a chance to get it back. I finally felt relieved. But for some reason, when I walked home, I always felt like someone was watching me from behind. I turned around suddenly and saw that there was no one behind me. Maybe, I was just feeling guilty. Wife, what do you want to eat tonight? After adjusting my mood, I asked Tang Yuxin after returning home. I won't eat at night to lose weight. Tang Yuxin was a little tired and said listlessly while lying on the sofa. Tang Yuxin is very thin, only 1.7 meters tall and weighs only 90 pounds. I didn't expect that a beauty with her figure would have to lose weight, and I was speechless. However, she was not a very skinny girl, but had fair skin, a soft and round body, and 2 thighs that looked indescribably attractive. At this moment, Tang Yuxin's expression was lazy, and her body looked soft and weak. She had changed into a snow-white nightgown, and the scenery under the nightgown was faintly visible. When I saw a hint of black lace under her snow-white skirt, I suddenly felt a dry throat. After thinking about it, I sat on the sofa where Tang Yuxin was lying and held her legs in my arms. "What are you doing?" Tang Yuxin looked at me alertly, eyes wide open. I felt it, and I was distracted by her attractive body. After thinking for a while, I hugged her legs and said, "It's okay, I want to sit with you for a while." She knew everything I was thinking. Seeing that I was thinking again, she glared at me and said, "Stop it. I'm really a little tired today. Go study. When you are in the top 30 in the class, I will naturally reward you." "What kind of reward will you give me?" After hearing her words, I became a little curious. Feeling my anger rising, she looked at me unhappily, her chest rising and falling slightly as she said, You've already taken advantage of me a lot. If you make it into the top 30 in this monthly exam, will you be interested if I don't give you a decent reward?" "That's right." I nodded. "Go ahead and study hard. The monthly exam is tomorrow. When you rank in the top 30 in the class, I will definitely give you a big reward," Tang Yuxin said. Tang Yuxin said so, I know it must be a good reward. Maybe she will treat me like Han Xiyin. When I thought about the feeling when Han Xiyin helped me last time, I felt a little itchy inside. Tang Yuxin is a top student from a prestigious university and is also my homeroom teacher. With her help, I have made great progress in my studies. This time, I am confident that I can get into the top 30 in the class for the monthly exam. I touched Tang Yuxin's leg, and after thinking about it, I went back to the bedroom to study. That night, Han Xiyin called me again. She told me about her interesting sketching experiences these days and that a student had confessed his love to her. Then, Han Xiyin said to me with disdain, "It's really disgusting. How could anyone confess his love to me and want to take advantage of me?" When Han Xiyin said someone was courting her, I wasn't jealous at all. Instead, I found it very interesting and said to her, "If that guy is handsome, you should just be with him." "Har har, she's good looking, but I'm not interested. The only one I'm interested in is my younger brother you," Han Xiyin said to me. "Me?" I was surprised. "Yes, I am only interested in you now, and I miss you so much. I will be back home in 3 days, so come to my house and I will draw a picture for you," Han Xiyin said. "What are you painting?" I asked. "Sister, I'm back. You'll know when you come to my house." Han Xiyin smiled. After chatting with Han Xiyin for a while, we both hung up the phone. She asked me to come to her house and said she would draw a picture for me, which made me look forward to it. As an art student, Han Xiyin has long and beautiful fingers. She likes to dress up and has a good temperament. I haven't seen her for several days, and I really miss her. Monday is the day of the monthly exam. When the exam started, I felt a little nervous. In order to get into the top 30 in the class, I worked very hard during the days before the monthly exam. I went to bed after 12 o'clock almost every day, and when I was in school, I went to Tang Yuxin's office to study as soon as the get out of class was over. Lin Shanshan was being mean again. She was afraid that I would copy the paper, so she deliberately pulled her desk far away from me. Our desks were already far apart, and the desk Lin Shanshan pulled was almost the same desk as the student on the other side. "Lin Shanshan, what are you doing? Pull your table back." Tang Yuxin, who was sitting in front, saw this scene and scolded Lin Shanshan coldly. Chapter 24, Find My Beautiful Girl. Li Mingxi, the eldest daughter of the Li family, is the best student in the city's key number 1 middle school. Whether in appearance, IQ, or EQ, she is the best among her peers. It seems that she is the favorite of God, and he wishes to give all the advantages to her alone. She has a strong personality, just like her father. Her father is my mother's brother. Her father is my uncle. She is my relative and my cousin. With such an excellent cousin, no matter how hard I try, I will always be so eclipsed compared to her. Therefore, I can only serve as her foil and exist like heir in the Li family. She was still the same, humiliating me as soon as she saw me, saying some cold words to make me uncomfortable. And this time, she even mocked my Tang Yuxin as a cheap street vendor. I couldn't help but clench my fists in anger. She still had no expression on her face. She took out a stack of brand new bills from her small bag and said, "Here is 5,000 yuan, which is your rent and living expenses for this month." "Thank you." I took her money without hesitation and turned to leave. You are not qualified to touch the prince's things. Give them to me, she said coldly, standing behind me. She knows that I took the princess things. After hearing what Li Mingxi said, my face suddenly changed. Then, I turned around and looked at her in shock. Ling Yang's elder brother Zhang Yuhui was raised by my grandfather. He and my father are sworn brothers with a life and death friendship. My father is very interested in the prince's things and hopes you can give them to me. If you give the prince's things to me, I think even if the prince knows, he still won't dare to touch you. Moreover, you have been targeted by the prince, and you are the target of the prince's investigation. Li Mingxi said coldly. After hearing what Li Mingxi said, my face suddenly changed. I thought I was safe, but I didn't expect that I was already in danger. Although I am a member of the Li family, my mother is gone and the Li family no longer considers me as their relative. They just give me a fixed living allowance every month to prevent me from starving to death, to show their love for my mother. She, and the world they come into contact with, is a world that a small person like me will never be able to come into contact with. I only know that I have the prince's account book, which can be used for many things. I can use it to get rid of Director Liu and make him unable to embarrass me again. Little did I know that although my life seemed peaceful, the upper-class world that Li Mingxi came into contact with had already been hit by turbulent waves. If you give the prince's things to me, my father will be happy. At the same time, he will say a few good words to the old man, so that he will look at you with new eyes. Li Mingxi said. After listening to Li Mingxi's words, I couldn't help laughing. The prince's things are so important. Ling Yan wanted the prince's things and almost killed me for them. Li Mingxi also wanted the prince's things. For the prince's things, she even risked her own life to come to me in person. So, what is my life like in the Li family? No one paid attention to me. After my mother passed away, no one in the entire Li family was willing to pay attention to me. In their eyes, I was just air. In fact, sometimes I was worse than air. They thought I was a nuisance. Every time he saw me, my uncle would frown in disdain, and my aunt would walk past me with an indifferent look. My grandfather yelled at me, saying that I was a bastard, a stray dog that ran away after eating. He said that I had the blood of the poor flowing in my body, and I would never be as smart as Li Mingxi. After I passed the high school entrance exam and left the Li family, even my monthly living expenses were paid to me by the Li family's driver. At the same time, I had to endure the driver's disgusted eyes. No wonder Li Mingxi was so kind to me. She came to see me in person and gave me living expenses in person. It turned out that she, like Ling Yang, also wanted to get the prince's account book. Thinking of this, I gritted my teeth and said to Li Mingxi word by word, I will not give the prince's things to anyone else. As for your father and the old man's admiration, I don't need it. Har har, you are indeed as stubborn as a poor man, and as disgusting as your live-in son-in-law's father. However, considering that we are relatives, I will give you proper protection. After all, not everyone is qualified to touch the people in my Li family. Looking at me expressionlessly, Li Mingxi turned and left. When Li Mingxi left, I looked at her petite figure and hated her for a long time. When her figure gradually disappeared, a feeling of desolation welled up in my heart. In fact, having such an excellent cousin is something to be proud of. Having relatives like the Li family is also something to be proud of. However, they did not treat me as their family. The only time they were interested in me was because of the account book in my hand. That night, I sat on the sofa alone, in a daze. Tang Yuxin called me and said that she had to stay at school tonight to work overtime and mark the monthly exam papers. She might come back late and tell me not to wait for her. I lit a cigarette, and a deep sense of loneliness came over me. I don't know how long I sat there, but gradually, I fell asleep on the sofa. When I woke up the next day, I was covered with a thin quilt. It was Tang Yuxin's quilt, which was light blue and had her alluring body fragrance. Looking at Tang Yuxin's room, she seemed to have returned and was sleeping in the bedroom because she had worked overtime too late yesterday. After washing up, I walked to school alone. Nothing happened in school until noon. In the afternoon, I saw Gao Gili's subordinate Wang Mao coming. He was standing at the school gate, leaning on a cane, talking to Wang Meng, and then looked towards the window of my classroom. His face changed drastically and I couldn't help but frown, thinking, is he here to see me? Li Mingxi told me that the prince has already suspected me and is sending people to investigate me secretly. If they find out it is me, they will definitely not let me go. Chapter 25 Li Mingxi Takes Action. It was Li Mingxi, my invaluable cousin. She was wearing a branded sportswear, with 2 amber earrings pierced into her delicate white ears. Around her neck was a sparkling diamond necklace. When Li Mingxi walked into the classroom, the whole classroom suddenly became more colorful because of her. Lin Shanshan was also rich, her family sold condiments, but compared to her, her temperament was as vulgar as that of a nouveau riche. The power of the Li family is something that even Ling Yang dares not provoke. Zhang Yuwei, who is preparing to become the king of this city and compete with the prince, is just a child that the old man has watched grow up. Li Mingxi, she is a true aristocrat. When the whole class saw an extremely precious and pure girl with an expressionless face, she actually walked up to me and asked me to go home for dinner in front of the whole class. In an instant, the whole class exploded. Someone actually knew her. Li Mingxi, the eldest daughter of the Li family, is the best student in the city's key number 1 middle school and has been the top scorer in liberal arts for 2 consecutive years. The reason why she has been the top scorer in liberal arts for 2 consecutive years is because she chose to study liberal arts instead of science. The reason why she has been the top scorer in liberal arts for 2 consecutive years is because she is only in her 2nd year of high school this year. A top student shouted. Li Mingxi is the daughter of Mr. Li, the largest group in the city. Her father is the richest man in Jincheng. A student from a well-off family screamed. Li Mingxi, the school belle of the city's key number 1 high school. There are 3 ordinary high schools, 2 county high schools, a technical school, and a key high school. She is the school belle among the 9 schools in Jincheng. A girl's eyes were full of envy and jealousy. She is a star student in our city. How could she be here? Looking at Li Mingxi's expressionless face, the students in the class stared with their eyes wide open and talked loudly to each other. After they tried to vent their shock, they couldn't help but look at me, and all their eyes became the focus of me. As for Li Mingxi, she seemed to be used to such scenes. Still expressionless, she looked at me coldly and said, "Wang Yu, my dad takes the initiative to treat someone to a meal. Such opportunities are rare. The car is waiting outside the school, let's go." My uncle invited me home for dinner, but there weren't many opportunities like this, or even none. And there were only a few people in Jincheng who were qualified to be invited to dinner by my uncle. Today, my uncle actually took the initiative to invite me to dinner and sent Li Mingxi over again. In an instant, I became nervous and frowned slightly. I know why my uncle invited me to dinner, because he is interested in the prince's things and is very interested in them. If it weren't for the prince's account book, I believe my uncle would never invite me to dinner. And, when my classmates saw that Li Mingxi actually invited me to her house for dinner, countless eyes almost killed me in an instant. They envied me, they were jealous of me, they never dreamed that I would know Li Mingxi, a school beauty with top-notch looks and temperament. Moreover, this top-level school beauty actually came to me from the city's key high school and invited me to her house for dinner. They didn't know that Li Mingxi was my cousin. They only knew that since I was qualified to have dinner at Li Mingxi's house, our relationship must be special. Could it be the fiancé? At this moment, Lin Shanshan, who had just finished reading half a romance novel in the last class, turned pale. Many classmates also turned slightly pale when they looked at us. Having a wife with a background like Li Mingxi is enough to save a man from struggling for 80 years. When Xiaoguang, who had made an appointment with me, came to the classroom door with his brothers to find me, he saw Li Mingxi's profile and felt a heartbeat. This girl is so beautiful. Brother Yu, how could he know such a beauty? You, brother Yu. When Xiaoguang stuttered and called me, I looked at him. Seeing that he had brought a lot of his brothers to wait for me, I gradually felt relieved. Even if Wang Meng came to arrest me at this time, there were many people around me who would give me courage. As for Li Mingxi, she saw that I didn't agree to her request to go home for dinner. She couldn't help but frown slightly, thinking about something in her heart. Suddenly, a tall boy walked in with a group of people. He ignored Xiaoguang and his men, walked up to me viciously and grabbed my arm. "Wang Yu, I heard that you stole the prince's things. What was supposed to come has finally come. I don't know what method the prince used to know that I stole his things. But, with his great power, he should be able to find me." When Wang Meng grabbed my arm, he also saw the top school beauty Li Mingxi next to me. He was slightly stunned, and Wang Meng's heart began to pound. There was actually a beautiful woman present, which made Wang Meng even more eager to prove his status. My eldest brother is Wang Mao, Wang Mao's eldest brother is Gao Gili, Gao Gili's eldest brother is Taizi. I am Taizi's man, and now Taizi suspects that you have robbed his things, so Wang Mao asked me to find you to talk outside the school. Wang Yu, don't think that you are a big deal in this school just because Han Xin is protecting you. I am not Xia Guang and Chen Jianming, and I am not Han Xin's little brother. If I want to make a move on you, no one in this school is qualified to stop me. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Do you take the initiative to talk to me outside the school, or do I take you outside the school to talk? Wang Meng licked his lips viciously and stole a glance at the expressionless girl beside him. After hearing what Wang Meng said, I saw that my cousin with facial paralysis had a strange expression. It was unbearable for me to be bullied in front of my cousin with facial paralysis. I am a man, and I need the dignity that a man should have. Whether Li Mingxi is my cousin or just an ordinary friend, I still can't help wanting to be brave in front of her. Chapter 26 shocked the audience. Tonight's Class 1 gradually had a more turbulent flavor. Class 1 was still the same Class 1, but the people who gathered in Class 1 and the things that were about to happen in Class 1 made the night of Class 1 so unusual. The protagonist tonight is me. Because of the prince's account book, many uninvited guests came. Wang Meng, who worked for the prince, wanted to take me out of the school and torture me. Li Mingxi, who works for his uncle, wants to get the account book in my hand in exchange for more favor from his uncle and grandfather. Also, I played a little trick on Xiaoguang, who was tricked by Gao Yi. At this time, he was beside us, and he was in a dilemma. He was considering whether to protect me. Li Mingxi is a beauty with both good looks and temperament. However, she looks so different from many beauties. Her appearance is very special, and her beautiful double eyelids are always drooping, making her look like she doesn't care about people. She has a cold personality and never speaks passionately like many girls. Whether she is happy or angry, her face is always expressionless, like an iceberg. Li Mingxi had not spoken since Wang Meng appeared. In Wang Meng's eyes, this beautiful girl with facial paralysis was just a vase he had never seen before. Her appearance would only become a more ferocious motivation for him to show off his power. At this moment, Wang Meng looked at Li Mingxi with a strange look in his eyes. What did she mean by that? Was she going to help me? And I also didn't expect that Li Mingxi would actually help me. Even when my mother was around, I was always hated by their whole family in the Li family. Because my father was a live-in son-in-law, they looked down on me because I was born to a poor family. After my mother left this world, I became even more neglected in the Li family, and every day of my life was so bitter. Li Mingxi, she has no feelings. At this moment, she actually helped me, her own brother who has no feelings. Har har, I know, it's because of that account book. That account book that can decide the life and death of many people, the account book that can stir up a storm in the city. If Li Mingxi took action, even if Ling Yang and Gao Gili were here, they wouldn't have the courage to touch me, right? In front of the invaluable Li Mingxi, Wang Meng was just a small fry. Since Li Mingxi wants to get the account book in my hand so much and wants to help me so much, I don't mind watching a good show. Gradually, a sneer appeared on my face. Even though many people knew Li Mingxi's identity, her shocking appearance just now had already made many students in our class know her background. However, Wang Meng still knew nothing about Li Mingxi's identity. Wang Meng was slightly surprised that a beauty like Li Mingxi helped me. Releasing my arm, Wang Meng looked at Li Mingxi's pretty face with a sinister smile. Beauty, what do you mean by that? Do you want to protect this loser? Li Mingxi is arrogant and never talks to strangers. She tries to keep her words to a minimum when it comes to me, her younger brother. My introverted personality was also developed in a seemingly prosperous but extremely oppressive family like the Li family. Seeing Wang Meng's teasing tone, Li Mingxi just snorted disdainfully. Seeing that Li Mingxi was too lazy to pay attention to him, Wang Meng was stunned again. Gradually, Wang Meng began to get angry. After all, he was the school's leader, second only to the school's leader. Even though Li Mingxi was a rare beauty, her coldness still made Wang Meng lose face. Moreover, Li Mingxi's chest was flat, and her petite body was attractive, but not fatally attractive. How could Wang Yu, a loser who can be trampled on by anyone, have any powerful friends? Damn it, why are you pretending to be pure in front of me? Thinking of this, Wang Meng's mouth showed a hint of a sly smile. Then, he looked at Li Mingxi fiercely and said, Beauty, you probably don't know who I am yet, right? I am the boss of this school, Wang Meng, who is well known in the number 2 middle school area. You said, I have no right to touch Wang Yu. If I touch him, what are you going to do to me? After hearing what Wang Meng said, Lin Shanshan, who was sitting next to me, had a strange look on her face. Li Mingxi, the eldest daughter of a wealthy family, and Wang Meng, the tyrant in school. It seems that there will be a fight between the dragon and the tiger tonight, right? But, which one of them is more powerful? Although, Lin Shanshan felt that a girl like Li Mingxi was no match for Wang Meng. She also looked down on me from the bottom of her heart, thinking that I couldn't have any powerful friends, and that Li Mingxi was not as exaggerated as everyone said. But, she actually had a feeling that Wang Meng was looking for death. Strange, why was I attracted by Li Mingxi's aura? Wang Yu, he must not know any powerful friends. When Lin Shanshan was daydreaming, Li Mingxi's expression became strange like Lin Shanshan's. She still didn't speak, but just raised her eyelids and looked at Wang Meng coldly, looking at him with a look that said, you have no right to talk to me. Then, he turned his head and looked outside the classroom. After all, he was the school boss. Li Mingxi's contempt made Wang Meng angry again. With a roar, Wang Meng turned around and grabbed my collar. Looking at me viciously, Wang Meng raised his fist and said to Li Mingxi, Beauty, I will touch him in front of you today. Do you think I am qualified? The eldest lady is right. You are indeed not qualified to touch the young master of my Li family. Suddenly, a disdainful sneer came from outside the classroom. When a young man walked into the classroom, my expression suddenly changed. It was him, the security staff officer beside the old man. Bingchuan, the first place in the military region competition, the old man's confidant. It turned out that he had been protecting my sister. The old man actually assigned such a powerful person to her. No wonder my sister is so fearless. Old man, has he doted on my sister so much? Bingchuan was handsome and always had a cynical smile on his face. When he walked into the classroom, Wang Meng immediately felt his powerful aura and smelled a strong smell of danger. Chapter 27 Monthly Exam Ranking and Report Card. Compared with Wang Meng and the students like us, Wang Mao is already a big gangster outside the school. As a person of his status, he already knows what kind of people he can touch, what kind of people he can't touch, and what kind of people he absolutely can't touch. Li Mingxi is someone he absolutely cannot touch. Not only him, but even Gao Gili, even the prince, probably don't have the qualifications to touch Li Mingxi. After all, the reputation of the old man of the Li family is there, and no one wants to seek death and offend the Li family. Wang Meng finally knew Li Mingxi's identity, and his eyes suddenly showed deep fear. He almost forgot the pain of the slap from the yellow-haired man, and almost didn't care how embarrassing it was for the yellow-haired man to slap him in public. With an ugly face, Wang Meng felt his legs go weak, and he stammered at Li Mingxi, Li Mingxi. Could it be that you are the legendary star student? The school belle of 9 schools, the best student in number 1 middle school, the eldest daughter of the Li family, Li Mingxi. After hearing Wang Meng's words, Li Mingxi smiled coldly. At this moment, Wang Meng only felt that Li Mingxi's body was cold and exuded an indescribable temperament. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly looked at me in shock. Wang Yu, you actually know such a heavyweight. No wonder Han Xin suddenly became so good to you and wanted to promote you to be the school's leader. Damn, Han Xin, that green tea, she knew such a big secret but didn't tell me, so cunning. Han Xin was suddenly so nice to me because I had the account book and evidence of her debts. But in Wang Meng's opinion, it was because I knew a super powerful person like Li Mingxi. With a snap, the yellow-haired man suddenly slapped Wang Meng hard on the back of his head. His eyes seemed to glance at me unintentionally. He muttered to himself, it turns out that he is Wang Yu, he is the Wang Yu who robbed me that day and caused me to be broken a leg by the prince. It has been confirmed that the person who robbed me must be him. Otherwise, a person of Li Mingxi's status would not appear here. It seems that the matter of the account book is going to become complicated, and I have to go back and report to the prince as soon as possible. After thinking about this, Wang Mao immediately scolded Wang Meng severely, and at the same time showed us a respectful smile and said, Wang Meng, you are really blind. You even dared to offend a young lady of Li Mingxi's status. Bingchuan, he is the confidant of the old man of the Li family, and you actually want me to help you get revenge. Hurry up and apologize to Miss Li and brother Bingchuan, and get out of here right away. Seeing the respectful smile on the yellow-haired man's face, Li Mingxi's eyes suddenly turned cold and he immediately saw through what he was thinking. Bing Bing, he still smiled cynically, there's no need to apologize to a small person like me. If you want to apologize, you should apologize to Wang Yu and Mingxi. Okay, brother Bingchuan, we'll apologize right now. Facing Bingchuan's humble smile, Wang Mao immediately slapped Wang Meng hard on the back of his head and said, "You idiot, apologize now." Being beaten by the yellow-haired man was too painful, but Wang Meng still suppressed his anger. He nodded and apologized in fear, "Brother Yu, sister Shi, this big brother, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the real man, I will never dare to show off to you again. Let them go." Li Mingxi, who had long been accustomed to the glory of the Li family's identity, frowned and felt a little annoyed. "Go!" Bingchuan shouted coldly. Yes. After hearing Bingchuan's words, Wang Mao hurriedly left with his crutches, and Wang Meng also left with his younger brothers with weak legs. After they left, Li Mingxi looked at their backs expressionlessly and said, "Wang Yu, they have confirmed that the prince's things are with you." After hearing what Li Mingxi said, I couldn't help but frown. Indeed, Li Mingxi's protection of me was equivalent to indirectly telling the prince that the things were with me. However, Li Mingxi saved me after all, otherwise Wang Meng would have taken me out of school, and I would have been tortured by them and suffered physical pain. Li Mingxi, she still wants what I have in my hand, right? Thinking of this, I glanced at her secretly. At this time, only Xiaoguang and his friends were left in the classroom. He had long felt that Han Xian's attitude towards me was unusual. She treated me as a younger brother, but not as a sister. Last time in the karaoke bar, he saw me being so ambiguous with Han Xian, and secretly put my hand under her skirt. Damn, it turns out I know a super celebrity like Li Myung-hee. Xiaoguang, he admired me even more, and his attitude towards me was also more respectful. Li Mingxi's indescribable status made him tremble with excitement. "You, brother you, so you know a big shot like Li Mingxi." Li Mingxi, I have heard of her, she is really amazing, invincible in the 9 schools in the city. From now on, you have to protect me. Except for Xiaoguang, the way my classmates looked at me was different. They no longer looked down on me like before, but were full of special interest and eager to come over and make friends with me. Lin Shanshan, she has always been disgusted with me, her deskmate. She thinks she is a child of destiny, and people like me are not qualified to sit with her. The only person sitting next to her is the class monitor, who is the best student in the class. But now, she felt the dazzling halo of Li Mingxi, and actually felt ashamed in front of me. Li Mingxi, she still had a cold expression, looking down on all of us. She had already solved my problem, and at the same time helped me win the respect of my classmates. With a blank expression, she raised the glittering Patek Philippe on her wrist and said, "It's getting late, can you come home with me for dinner?" "No, the monthly exam results will be out soon. I want to see them before I leave," I said. Having a friend like Li Mingxi has made my classmates very envious of me. They don't know the relationship between Li Mingxi and me yet, and think we are very close friends. We have already gone to each other's house for dinner, and it was the other's father who personally invited us. If I work hard, I will definitely have a good chance of becoming the son-in-law of the Li family. Chapter 28: Rejection of Li Mingxi. The air in the entire classroom almost froze at this moment. When Lin Shanshan saw my name on the monthly exam ranking report card, she immediately covered her mouth in fear. In an instant, Bing Chuan and many other students showed expressions of disbelief on their faces. In Li Mingxi's eyes, I will always be a waste of the Li family. Standing outside the crowd, she didn't even bother to take a look at my monthly exam ranking. No matter how well I did in the exams, I would never surpass her. And she was well aware of my pathetic academic performance. A key high school in the city, the best school among the 9 schools in the city, where students always rank first in academic performance, would go to see someone like me who always ranks last and, even if I do well in the exams, is only ranked 27th or 28th in the class. Seeing the classroom gradually becoming silent, Li Mingxi stood outside the crowd with a blank expression and said, "Wang Yu, have you seen your grades? Now that you have seen your grades, come home with me for dinner." "Miss, Wang Yu did very well in the exam this time," Bing Chuan said, trying hard to suppress the shock in his heart. "Oh." Li Mingxi's beautiful eyes changed slightly. "The 5th," said Glacia. "What?" After hearing Bing Chuan's words, Li Mingxi's chest rose and fell slightly, and her pretty snow-white face suddenly became uneasy. Then, she quickly pushed aside the crowd at the classroom door and walked to the monthly exam rankings to take a look. When she saw my name on the 5th ranked list, Li Mingxi wiped her eyes and said, "Impossible, this is impossible. Wang Yu, how could he be the 5th ranked student in the class? Even if his current grades are still far behind mine, I have always known his strength. How could he get such a good score? That's right, I also don't believe that Wang Yu will get 5th place in the class. Lin Shanshan, was it because you were careless during the exam and let him copy your paper?" The monitor stood aside with his arms folded, sneering. Although the monitor still ranked first in the class in this exam, he was shocked to see that I, a poor student who he always looked down upon, actually ranked 5th in the class. I don't know how sad he felt. However, Lin Shanshan looked at her 6th place result, which was suppressed by me. Her pretty face suddenly became even paler, and she showed a helpless bitter smile. She was the best student sitting next to me. During the exam, she was especially wary of me, carefully covering the paper to prevent me from copying. Moreover, even if I copied hers word for word, my ranking wouldn't be ahead of hers, right? It must have been copied. Seeing that Lin Shanshan was helpless and just smiled bitterly, the monitor screamed immediately. As for me, I felt dizzy when looking at my academic results. My mind went blank and I felt like I was dreaming. This is incredible. Although I performed very well in the exam and felt that I had answered all the questions, I never dreamed that I would make such great progress during this period of hard work with Tang Yuxin. The class monitor suspected that I cheated in my grades, but I knew clearly whether I cheated or not. I didn't copy. Could it be that these test results are real? Even though I have a lady like Li Mingxi to support me, my classmates still looked at me with doubt after hearing what the class monitor said. Li Mingxi, she is a super thigh. I hold such a super thigh, they dare not provoke. However, everyone has a fair scale in their hearts, and when they saw that I cheated in the exam and got 5th place in the class, they became dissatisfied. Wang Yu, what's going on? Bing Chuan asked me when he saw my confused look. After listening to Bing Chuan's words, I looked at my results in confusion, still feeling like a dream. Okay, no matter whether your grades are cheated or not, and whether you got the 5th place with your true level, I'm not in the mood to ask. You did well in the exam this time, and you are finally not as useless as before. Come on, come home with me for dinner. Li Mingxi said coldly, pretending to leave. Although Li Mingxi didn't say I plagiarized, her tone clearly revealed a sense of disbelief. At the same time, there was a hint of sarcasm in her tone, expressing her disdain for my fraud. The squad leader didn't know Li Mingxi's identity yet, but he was satisfied with her attitude and immediately regarded her as his most loyal teammate. Suddenly, the monitor laughed and said, "Wang Yu, is a vague academic performance really that important to you? Even if your academic performance is good, it does not mean that you have a real level. Do you think it's interesting to get a grade by cheating? Trash will always be trash. Cheating to get yourself a good academic record will only make everyone look down on you even more. What did you say?" After hearing what the squad leader said, I narrowed my eyes and became a little angry. Just when I was about to argue with the monitor, Tang Yuxin suddenly walked into the class with a pleasant smell. Seeing that everyone was talking about my academic performance, Tang Yuxin couldn't help but frown slightly. The monitor immediately ran to Tang Yuxin and said, "Teacher Tang, I suspect Wang Yu's test scores are fake. I ask you to punish Wang Yu." "No, his test scores are real." Tang Yuxin frowned even deeper. "What?" The squad leader was surprised after hearing Tang Yuxin's words. "Because, when I was invigilating the exam, I was paying special attention to him. I can tell you very clearly that Wang Yu did not cheat. As for why Wang Yu did so well, it's because he is my apprentice," Tang Yuxin said in a cold voice. "Your apprentice?" Li Mingxi, who was about to take me away, was surprised and looked at Tang Yuxin with her beautiful eyes. When beauties meet, they are particularly jealous. Tang Yuxin and Li Mingxi are both top-level beauties, but they are beauties of different types. When Tang Yuxin's stunning figure saw Li Mingxi's bright eyes and white teeth, a spark of hostility actually arose between the two beauties. Chapter 29, The Lingering Ghost. I was delayed for too long at school, and it was already dark when I got home. When I walked into the room, it was a little dark. I turned on the light and saw the bright house, and I finally felt better. Although I rejected Li Mingxi's invitation to go home for dinner in a pretentious manner, I still felt a little regretful in my heart. The Li family's house is very big. If I go home for dinner, they will definitely cook a lot of delicious dishes for me. But now, I can only make do with instant noodles by myself. Just as I was about to cook a pack of instant noodles, Tang Yuxin came back from school. Hearing me in the kitchen, she quickly walked into the kitchen and looked at me with a red face for a while. What are you going to do? Down there, I said unhappily. After hearing what I said, Tang Yuxin looked me up and down for a while. Then, she looked at me with a smile and said, I didn't expect you to be so strong-willed. Li Mingxi, the eldest daughter of the Li family, invited you home for dinner, but you refused. Li Mingxi, she is my biological sister. My eyes were dim. I know. Tang Yuxin smiled. You knew. I looked at her in surprise. Because I remember you said that you have a sister who is very good at studying. But I didn't expect that she is so good at studying, and also so beautiful and so rich. Tang Yuxin said. Har har, she is indeed very beautiful and indeed very rich, I said. Why do I feel she is hostile to me? Tang Yuxin asked me. Maybe it's because you're beautiful, I said. I'm not pretty at all. After hearing what I said, Tang Yuxin's face, which had just turned pale, suddenly turned red again. Then, she came over with a smile, held my hand and said, You have done so well in the exam, but you only rewarded yourself with a bowl of noodles. Come on, sister will reward you and treat you to a big meal outside. When Tang Yuxin's slender fingers held me, a special feeling surged in my heart. Then I looked at Tang Yuxin blankly, and I was immediately attracted by her bulging clothes. Gradually, I began to feel itchy inside. After thinking for a while, I said to Tang Yuxin, Wife, you said that if I get into the top 30 in the class, you will give me a big reward. The big reward you want to give me is not to treat me to a meal, right? Well, is there a problem? Tang Yuxin looked at me with a smile. After hearing what Tang Yuxin said, I was immediately disappointed. She laughed even more happily, kicked me lightly and said, Look at you, you've only been serious for a few days, and now you're not serious again. Am I, Tang Yuxin, the kind of person who doesn't keep my word? I was just teasing you, and I will definitely give you the reward you deserve. However, I can only give you the reward after we celebrate. What's the point of eating? As long as I can do that with her, I can go without eating for a whole day. Thinking of this, I lost the mood to eat noodles. I just felt a reaction gradually coming from there, and I hugged Tang Yuxin's soft body after thinking about it. Then I sniffed her alluring body fragrance, and I resisted the uncomfortable feeling and said to her, Xiao Tang, I just want to eat you now. Being held by me, Tang Yuxin felt the changes in me. Her face suddenly became hot. Tang Yuxin thought about it and struggled to say to me, You are becoming more and more presumptuous now. You even call me Xiao Tang. If not Xiao Tang, then what should I call you? I put my hands on her waist. Call me sister. Tang Yuxin said with a red face. Okay, sister, can I eat you now? I asked. Okay, but I can't do that with you. I can only give it to you when you become as good as me. You seem so anxious, why don't you come to my room first, and I'll give you the big reward I promised you. Tang Yuxin said. Tang Yuxin knew that if she didn't give me a big reward now, I would never go out to eat with her. She was a person who didn't like to be long-winded, so she took me to her room. When Tang Yuxin closed the door, I suddenly felt even more uncomfortable. Then Tang Yuxin turned off the lights, and the only sounds in the room were the heartbeats of the two of us. In the darkness, I felt Tang Yuxin coming over. She sat next to me, her body straight. I had been looking forward to this day for a long time, but when she sat next to me, I suddenly felt it was difficult to do it. After thinking about it, I tentatively put my hand on her leg. Sister, what kind of reward are you going to give me? What kind of reward? You decide for yourself. Tang Yuxin seemed very nervous and her voice was very small. Then I take it myself. After thinking about it, I hugged Tang Yuxin. At this moment, I couldn't hold back my excitement anymore. She said she would give me the girl when I was as good as her, that is, when I got the first place in the school. But we have kissed each other and I have taken advantage of her. Although she hasn't officially agreed to be with me, we are no different from being together. Since she asked me to take it myself, don't blame me. If it doesn't work, I'll just take her down tonight. Thinking of this, I kissed her mouth and then reached my hand under her skirt. When my hand touched her, I felt her body move. She seemed to want to refuse, but she couldn't say anything with my mouth kissed, and just moved around slightly. Her movements made me feel even more uncomfortable. I felt like my whole body was on fire and used my other hand to unbutton her clothes. Tang Yuxin wore a white shirt and a short skirt today. The touch of her stockings on her legs made me feel like I was about to come before I even had sex with her. However, just when I was about to get married, there was a slight knock on the door. Who is it? I stopped what I was doing halfway, feeling a little uncomfortable. Take a look. Tang Yuxin's body was burning hot. After thinking for a while, she barely held back her uneven breathing and said to me, "Never mind, let me get the reward first." I went to unbutton Tang Yuxin's shirt again. "Stop messing around, go see who it is first, it might be Liu Sanmiao," Tang Yuxin said. Chapter 30. Han Xiyin is back. That night, I really slept with Li Mingxi in my arms. I slept with her in my arms for the whole night, and I felt weird when I woke up in the morning. Although Li Mingxi is my biological sister, I don't have any feelings for her. But she is always a girl, and a pretty and cute girl. After sleeping all night with such a warm and soft beauty in my arms, it is impossible to say that I had no reaction. After I sat in the classroom and thought for a long time, I gradually made up my mind that I must get rid of this cousin with facial paralysis. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the corridor. Someone shouted in the corridor, "Li Mingxi, it's Li Mingxi, the school beauty of the city's key number 1 middle school, she actually transferred to class 2. How beautiful." What? Li Mingxi, who was in our class yesterday, transferred to our school today. Upon hearing this important news, the students in the class immediately ran out of the class. When they saw that Li Mingxi really transferred to our school's grade 2, class 2, many people looked at me with strange expressions. When you, Li Mingxi can't really be your fiancé, right? A rich lady transferring schools for her fiancé, this kind of plot only exists in novels. The person sitting in front of me turned around with a look of envy on his face. Damn it, let her die. In the eyes of others, Li Mingxi is a high and mighty god. But in my eyes, she is just a cousin who can only be seen but not touched. Brother Yu is so awesome, he's worthy of being the brother Yu who has beaten up a bunch of school beauties. Seeing that I didn't take Li Mingxi seriously at all, everyone looked at me with admiration. During the second class, I didn't want to do the school's break exercises, so I deliberately took 2 rolls of paper and went to Tang Yuxin's office to study. While doing the exercises, Tang Yuxin walked to the window and looked outside. Then she turned around and said to me in a daze, "It's like a dream. The eldest daughter of a rich family is so willful. She didn't stay in such a good school as the number 1 key middle school in the city, but actually came to our school to study. Har har, you just want what I have in my hand." I sneered. "What is it?" Tang Yuxin was curious after hearing what I said. I panicked and realized that I had let the cat out of the bag. In order to prevent Tang Yuxin from worrying about me, I thought about it and took out the jadeite in my chest and said, "It's this jade." She's afraid that someone will take it away from me. The jade on my chest is indeed good jade. The value of a piece of jade often depends on its color. The greener the texture of the jade, the more expensive it is in the market. As for the jadeite on my chest, it is green all over. It is the only thing I brought out from the Li family, and it is also the most valuable thing on me. However, when I touched the jadeite on my chest, Tang Yuxin looked at me with a cold expression and smiled. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Knowing that I couldn't fool a smart girl like Tang Yuxin, I thought about it and decided to remain silent. Tang Yuxin is a girl who doesn't like to talk too much. Apart from her interest in my family and her desire to help me, she asked me out of curiosity, but she never asked me about the rest. Seeing that I didn't want to talk, Tang Yuxin thought for a while, sighed, sat back in her chair and said, "If you don't want to talk, forget it. After all, our relationship isn't that good." Knowing that Tang Yuxin was teasing me on purpose, I thought about it, hugged her beautiful legs and said, "Wife, you are the one I want to marry, how could I have a bad relationship with you? It's just that there's really no need to talk about this matter. I'm just kidding. As long as you are safe and not bullied, you can do whatever you want. But your sister is coming to your school. No one in this school will dare to bully you from now on." Tang Yuxin smiled. With her legs held by me, Tang Yuxin seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes lit up and she said to me with a sly smile, "Do you know? Actually, your cousin wanted to come to our class, but I didn't want her." "That's great. Fortunately you didn't want her, otherwise you would be very annoyed." I quickly said to her. "Of course. If she doesn't have this ability, there's no point in me being the class teacher. Although your sister studies very well, I can clearly feel that she will be a troublemaker. If she comes to our class, she will definitely cause chaos in our class. Tang Yuxin said. Yes, she is very famous in their school. Her words have more influence than those of their principal, I added. Yeah, I can feel it. Tang Yuxin nodded slightly. But we have to find a way to get her away, I said after thinking about it. However, if I want to get rid of Li Mingxi, it will definitely be much more difficult than dealing with Director Liu. First, Li Mingxi's family is very powerful. Even if I threaten him with the account book that records the principal's money, I'm afraid the principal will not dare to get rid of Li Mingxi. Second, Li Mingxi is too famous. Even if I am the boss of the school, I'm afraid no one will dare to help me deal with Li Mingxi. So, how do I get her away? With Li Mingxi by my side, I can neither take advantage of her nor gain any benefit. On the contrary, it will ruin the good things between me and Tang Yuxin. I must find a way to get rid of this cousin with facial paralysis. All day long, I was thinking about how to get rid of Li Mingxi, and then go home to continue doing our good deeds with Tang Yuxin. But until the evening, I still hadn't figured out how to deal with her. When I got home, I thought about it, lit a cigarette, and walked around the house repeatedly. Seeing that Bai Tian was not at home, Li Mingxi actually had her surname Li sent over, and I was even more angry. Damn, she really plans to stay for a long time. Why not just give her the princess things and let her go? But if I give her the princess things, what should I do if I need to use the princess things in the future? If the prince really comes to trouble me, I am no match for him. The prince dared not touch anyone from the Li family, but the one he dared not touch was Li Mingxi. She, Li Mingxi, was the darling of the Li family, the eldest daughter of the Li family, and I was just a fake young master of the Li family. Chapter 31 Tang Yuxin's changes. Han Xian's family is well off and lives in a nice high-rise residential complex in the city. I followed the address Han Xian gave me and walked into a high-rise elevator. As the numbers on the elevator kept rising, I started to feel nervous for some reason. Because Han Xian told me that no one was at her house tonight and I could stay at her house. When I walked out of the elevator and nervously knocked on Han Xian's door, her door suddenly opened, and then the sound of footsteps came from inside. I couldn't explain the feeling in my heart. I thought about it, opened the door and walked in. I saw a pair of girls' shoes at the door. I thought about it and said, Han Xian, is this your home? Yes, I'm here. Han Xian's voice came from inside. After confirming that it was Han Xian's house, I felt relieved. Then I asked, what were you doing just now? Why were you running so fast? I just took a shower and I'm not wearing any clothes, said Han Xian. Fuck him. I almost had a nosebleed after hearing what Han Xian said. I have seen Han Xian's figure before. Her skin is white and her figure is not ordinary. But I have only seen her in photos and have never seen her in person. Now, I feel so regretful. If I had known that Han Xian was not wearing any clothes, I should have gone in faster. Then, I saw Han Xian coming out. She was wearing a black and red plaid shirt, her hair was tied up high, and she looked very sexy. I don't know where she went to sketch, but she seemed to be a little tanned and thinner. When Han Xian saw me, she smiled and winked at me, then ran over and sat on me. Brother you, do you miss me? Han Xian looks mean, but I like her. I just felt her sitting on me and I reacted. Before I could say anything, Han Xian felt it. Then she rolled her eyes at me, pretended to be angry and said, you miss me so much that you act like this when you see me. Well, I missed you. I felt dry in the mouth and put my hands on her waist. I don't know why, but when she was sketching outside, we had endless topics to talk about. We would call each other almost every day and chat for half an hour. Now, Han Xian's home was indescribably quiet. When I put my hands on her waist, I heard her breathing was uneven and felt that she wanted it too. After thinking about it, I asked Han Xian, where are your parents? Is there really no one at home tonight? There's really no one here. My parents are traveling and won't be back until tomorrow. You can stay at my house until tomorrow noon. Han Xian moved her body and said with a slight breath. When I heard Han Xian say that her parents were traveling, I felt relieved. But when she sat on me and moved slightly, I felt so uncomfortable. I gasped twice, thought for a moment, hugged Han Xian's whole body and said, Senior sister, please help me, I am in so much pain. Hanxin laughed after hearing what I said. I asked you to find a partner but you didn't. I've only been away for a few days and you've become like this. None of them are as good as you, I said. What's wrong with me? I'll graduate in more than a month. Once I graduate, we'll see each other less often, said Hanxin. Yeah. After hearing Hanxin's words, I felt a little disappointed. Actually, I'm reluctant to graduate. I have so many memories in this school. Hanxin said, leaning in my arms. I don't know why, but when Hanxin mentioned this sad topic, the anger in my heart subsided a lot. I felt that the atmosphere was ruined by Hanxin, but I didn't blame her for it. Actually, I think of Hanxin because of that, but there are also some other feelings. I hated her before and always wanted to take revenge on her. But after I got Gao Gili's things, I had the capital to take revenge on her, so I didn't want to take revenge on her anymore. I just felt that she was quite interesting, and was afraid that I would show her photos to others, so she always pestered me. After she went to sketch, we talked on the phone every day, and I started to like her. I really like being with Hanxin, even if we don't do anything, it's still nice to chat. Maybe it's because I don't have any friends. So far, besides Tang Yuxin, she is my only friend. Do you know who lives across from my house? Suddenly, Hanxin's big eyes lit up. Who? I asked curiously. Har, it's the home of your little enemy and classmate, Lin Shanshan. Hanxin said. I just found out that Lin Shanshan actually lived across from Hanxin, no wonder she and Hanxin had such a good relationship. It was quite interesting. I heard Hanxin say to me, when you sit at the same table with Lin Shanshan in the future, don't always bully her, be nice to her. Lin Shanshan is actually a very good person. Last time a group of us surrounded you, many people beat you up, but she didn't bear to hit you. She just has a temper like a big lady, you just need to get used to her. No, I'll talk to Lin Shanshan, you two can just be a couple. When I heard Hanxin was going to introduce us to someone again, I felt helpless and quickly shook my head and said, no, I don't want to date her. I can't be with you. I'm going to graduate in more than a month. Hanxin said after thinking for a while. I know. Before I knew it, Hanxin and I had been sitting there, leaning against each other and chatting for more than an hour. When we ran out of topics to talk about, Hanxin wanted to turn on the TV and watch it with me. After thinking for a while, I hugged her from behind. Hey, what are you doing? Hanxin screamed. Holding Hanxin's thin body, I gradually felt the same again. Then I said to her, am I staying at your house just to watch TV? This sentence immediately made Hanxin laugh. Then she turned around, looked at me with a charming expression and said, you are not here to watch TV, what do you want to do? Chapter 32, Leaving Class 1 Forever. Instantly, the office became quiet. Tang Yuxin looked at me with anger on her face. Other teachers and students looked at me with surprise on their faces. The fact that I ranked 5th in the class the day before yesterday has already been known to the teachers. They all praised me highly in their own classes and used it as a goal to motivate everyone to study. They couldn't understand what was wrong with Tang Yuxin and why she suddenly got so angry with her beloved disciple. When I couldn't help but secretly look at Li Mingxi, and so that she still had no expression on her face, I couldn't help but frown and looked at Tang Yuxin and said, Teacher Tang Yuxin, why don't you want me anymore? After hearing what I said, Tang Yuxin slapped her jade hands on the table. Then, she stood up and looked at me coldly and said, Student Wang Yu, please go to the bathroom and look in the mirror to see if you still look like a student. Why don't I look like a student? I said. At this moment, Tang Yuxin's pretty face turned red. In front of all the teachers, Tang Yuxin actually told the secret between the two of us. Wang Yu, don't think that just because you live with me, you have the right to do whatever you want in this school. Don't think that just because you have a special relationship with me, Tang Yuxin, you have the right to do whatever you want in this school. This school is not opened by you, Wang Yu. It is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Tell me, where did you go last night? Tell me, where did you go this morning? Where is your homework? How many times have I told you to do your homework? Do you take my words to heart? Originally, I was planning to make you the monitor of the class. Now, I don't think it's necessary. You should find another job. I, Tang Yuxin, can't afford to teach a student like you. Tang Yuxin threw the lesson plan on the desk to the ground, pushed me away and left the office. When Tang Yuxin slammed the door and left angrily, I realized that she was really angry. At the same time, many people in the office were surprised. It turns out that Wen Yu and teacher Tang Yuxin actually live together. They are guests who share a house. No wonder Wen Yu has made such great progress. It seems that teacher Tang Yuxin has put in a lot of effort. After listening to what the other teachers said, I frowned and didn't know what I was thinking. Suddenly, the bell rang for class. Many teachers stood up and prepared to teach their students. Li Mingxi walked past me with a blank expression. As she passed by me, I heard her say coldly, "This is what a teacher should be like." Tang Yuxin was right in criticizing me. I was indeed a little proud. With a little achievement, I gave up trying. With a little ability, I relaxed my requirements for myself. Compared with Li Mingxi, I am still far behind her. When I returned to the classroom, I saw Lin Shanshan's face turned pale in an instant. She whispered beside me, "Wang Yu, I will keep my word. Give me your toilet paper and I will eat it." "No thanks," I said. After hearing what I said, Lin Shanshan seemed a little surprised. Sitting next to me, she secretly looked at me for a long time. As for me, I felt a little cold in my limbs. After thinking for a while, I lay on the table and slept for a while, then took out the homework I didn't do yesterday and made up for it. At noon, Li Mingxi actually came to me for lunch. Because I had something on my mind, I didn't refuse Li Mingxi's invitation and followed her into the cafeteria. Sitting in the cafeteria, the two of us didn't talk. She doesn't like to talk, but I was thinking about Tang Yuxin silently. In the afternoon, I saw Tang Yuxin walk into the classroom and take a look. When I saw her walk in, my eyes lit up and I looked at her. But she ignored me and treated me like air. She just glanced around the class and left. Lin Shanshan also noticed the changes between Tang Yuxin and me. Although she didn't want to admit that Tang Yuxin and I had a good relationship, she couldn't help but ask me, "Wen Yu, what happened between you and teacher Tang Yuxin? Is your relationship not good anymore?" "No," I said. "Tang Yuxin is a good teacher." After thinking for a while, Lin Shanshan said. "Yeah, I know," I said. I thought that the matter between Tang Yuxin and I was over. I didn't do my homework yesterday, and she criticized me casually, and I just made a scene with her. This morning I didn't come to class, and she glared at me fiercely, but I said a few words to tease her and let it go. But I was wrong, Tang Yuxin was serious this time. When the last class started, Tang Yuxin came to the class and smiled when she saw me. "Wang Yu, why haven't you changed classes yet? Our class 1 of grade 2 is the best in the entire grade 2. I can't bear to change it." I thought she had calmed down and felt relieved. "Oh." After hearing what I said, Tang Yuxin looked at me with a smile. Suddenly, she picked up the blackboard eraser and threw it hard on the ground. "Wang Yu, are you taking my words for granted? We don't want you in the first grade of senior high school anymore. Don't you understand?" Tang Yuxin's scolding startled the students in the class. Li Ren, who was removed from his position as class monitor, was sleeping on the table. When he saw Tang Yuxin was angry, he immediately sat up in fear. Lin Shanshan, who was sitting next to me, was also frightened by Tang Yuxin and trembled. Instantly, the class became quiet. Staring at me, Tang Yuxin said coldly, "Wang Yu, I'm not kidding you. You must leave our class 1, grade 2. If you don't leave our class 1, grade 2 today, I will no longer be the class teacher, and our class 1, grade 2, will be disbanded." Seeing that Tang Yuxin was really determined to get rid of me, I was shocked. "Sit down, all the students in our class 1, grade 2, sit down. Today, our class 1, grade 2 will not have classes. We will start the class when Wen Yu leaves," Tang Yuxin said coldly. Tang Yuxin has always been aloof in school. Although she is a beautiful beauty, everyone is afraid of her. Chapter 33, The Beauty Trap. After listening to Tang Yuxin's words, my mind went blank. I have apologized to her, but she still hasn't forgiven me. Could it be that she was really determined to kick everyone out of the class? If I really leave Tang Yuxin's class, and I can't see a favorite face every day, then what is the meaning of my life? What am I working so hard for? Tang Yuxin, she wants me to be better. Only when I leave her protection can my wings become more full. Only when I am as good as her and Li Mingxi can I win the respect of my relatives. But, what I need is not the respect of my relatives. What I need is just her. I almost cried again. I gritted my teeth and looked at her and said, "Tang Yuxin, do you really want me to leave class 1 so much? Yes. Tang Yuxin looked at me coldly and said. I won't leave. I said through gritted teeth. After hearing what I said, Tang Yuxin's beautiful eyes showed surprise. She never dreamed that I would be so stubborn. At this time, Lin Shanshan, who was sitting below, couldn't help but speak. Teacher Tang Yuxin, aren't you and Wang Yu on good terms? How did it suddenly become like this? Why don't we just let it go and not chase Wang Yu away? He has made progress with great difficulty, so let him stay in class 1 and continue to improve. If he gets first place in the school, our class 1 will have more face when we go out. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. It's just skipping classes. I always skip classes. It's just not doing homework. I always don't do homework. Teacher Tang, why don't you give me some face and let it go? A gangster stretched and said. Liu Liang, if you don't do your homework, if you dare to skip classes again, you will be the next one to leave this class. After hearing what the gangster said, Tang Yuxin's beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold. In an instant, the bastard was so frightened that his face turned pale and he dared not speak. Liu Liang, can you speak? Things were about to take a turn for the better, but that jerk ruined it. Lin Shanshan turned around and looked at the jerk with dissatisfaction. At this time, there were still many students watching in the corridor. Seeing that the classmates in the class were tired of sitting, Tang Yuxin thought for a moment and glanced at the time on the wall. When I saw Tang Yuxin's action, hope suddenly surged in my heart. Tang Yuxin looked at me coldly and said, since you don't want to leave this class, then go to the office and stand there every day. When you think it through and agree to leave this class, your standing will end. Tang Yuxin is so cruel. I almost forgot that she is not an ordinary girl. If she wants to deal with someone, she has a lot of tricks. After listening to Tang Yuxin's words, I thought about it and gritted my teeth and said, even if you punish me to stand in the office every day, I still won't leave the first shift. It's up to you. With a disdainful smile, Tang Yuxin left the classroom. When Tang Yuxin left the classroom, the students finally breathed a sigh of relief. Many of them looked at me with strange eyes when they left the classroom. I couldn't help but clench my fists. Since I made a mistake and Tang Yuxin refused to forgive me, I will persist until she forgives me. I was also drunk when my girlfriend treated me like this. When I got home, Li Mingxi also came home after me. After seeing my aggrieved face, Li Mingxi asked me expressionlessly, would you like to have dinner together? I'll treat you. I don't want to eat anymore. I sat down on a chair in the bedroom, picked up a book and said with a frown. Tang Yuxin did the right thing today. Only by keeping a distance from you can you make better progress. As for you being with her, there will be no future for you too. Her family will not agree, and our Li family will not agree either. It is impossible for you two to be together. Li Mingxi said expressionlessly. As soon as Li Mingxi finished speaking, Tang Yuxin returned home. As soon as she saw my shining eyes, Tang Yuxin frowned and walked towards her room. Li Mingxi's words made me feel a little flustered. After thinking about it, I immediately ran to Tang Yuxin and held her hand. Wife, I was wrong. I will never dare not do my homework again, and I will never dare to skip classes again. Can you forgive me? Looking at the hand I held, Tang Yuxin frowned slightly and said, Wang Yu, I think there is something wrong with your address. I, Tang Yuxin, am not your wife. What? I couldn't help but feel cold all over. Wang Yu, why don't we just forget about it? Suddenly, Tang Yuxin's expression became uncomfortable. She knew that Li Mingxi knew about our relationship. In front of Li Mingxi, she looked at me and said without hesitation, Wang Yu, I didn't want to be taken advantage of by you, and I didn't want to have too much with you, because I am your teacher and you are my student. Wang Yu, I am 6 years older than you. It is impossible for us to be together. You are the young master of the Li family, and I am just an ordinary loser. The Li family will not agree to us being together, and my parents will not agree to us being together either. Why don't we just forget about it? There's no way anything will work out between us. The school's most beautiful girl, Han Xin, is very good, and your class beauty, Lin Shanshan, is also very good. They are both very young, and they are more suitable for you. You should find a girlfriend. After saying that, Tang Yuxin's eyes turned red, and then she weakly shook off my hand and walked into the room. See, I told you too that it's impossible for you to be together. When Tang Yuxin closed the bedroom door tightly, Li Mingxi looked at me with a pout. Get out. After hearing what Li Mingxi said, I took off my shirt and threw it at her. Wang Yu, your house was rented by my Li family. You have no right to tell me to get out. Li Mingxi was slightly annoyed. He took my clothes and threw them into the trash can. Are you fucking sick? Why do you always pester me? Seeing that Li Mingxi was not interested, I thought about it and returned to the bedroom helplessly. Chapter 34 Director Liu returns. Tang Yuxin's matter tortured me so much that I couldn't sleep well all night. At dawn, I looked at my cousin who was sleeping beside me, got up, sat at the desk and started reading. Although Han Xiyin helped me twice the day before yesterday, I still felt a little uncomfortable sleeping with a beauty like my cousin. Then I endured the uncomfortable feeling until it was almost time to go to school. Then I went out to buy 2 burritos, brought them back and put them on the dining table at home, and then went to school. When I arrived at school, the bell for morning self-study rang. Then I looked at my classmates who were studying in the classroom with envy, and walked to the office with my book to stand in the corner. I was able to rank 5th in the class because Tang Yuxin helped me lay a solid foundation. With a solid foundation in basic skills, it was easier for me to learn anything. Now, our semester is only 2 months away from ending. I still have a few classes left in my second year of high school, and I will basically be reviewing in my third year, so standing in the office as a punishment will not have much impact on my studies. But I can't not study. If I don't study, my academic performance will decline. Standing in the office, I endured the pain of leg soreness while studying seriously. I hoped that Tang Yuxin would see my repentance, pity me and give me a chance to reconcile with me. I was unlucky. Tang Yuxin didn't come to school until the 3rd class. I felt so tired that I secretly sat on Tang Yuxin's chair to rest. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. I turned pale with fright and stood up quickly. It was Han Xiyin. She smiled when she saw my pale face. Then she locked the office door, hugged me gently and said, "Brother Yu, you thought I was your beautiful teacher Tang Yuxin, right? How come you stayed at my house for one night and got beaten up so badly by Tang Yuxin? Did I implicate you?" The night I stayed at Han Xiyin's house was the most beautiful and ecstatic night I have ever spent. The feeling of that day was still there, and I couldn't help but react when I saw Han Xiyin. After thinking for a while, I gently grabbed Han Xiyin's hand and said, "Are you here to see me?" Of course, the news that you were going to be kicked out of the class by Tang Yuxin has already spread to our class. I feel sorry for you, so I came to see you. Han Xiyin smiled at me with a flat mouth. After listening to Han Xiyin's words, I was inexplicably moved. I felt that our relationship had changed. It was no longer the kind of relationship of exploitation before, but had become a good friend who could talk about anything. At the same time, there is something else going on. Han Xiyin is very beautiful, second only to Tang Yuxin and Li Mingxi. Seeing her cute smile with her mouth flat, I couldn't help but pinch her mouth and said, "You are getting better and better to me, I am almost falling in love with you." Me too. If we weren't about to graduate, I would really want to be with you. Han Xiyin said. Han Xiyin's words moved me a little. I vaguely remembered Tang Yuxin's words, she said I could be with Han Xiyin. However, I loved Tang Yuxin more in my heart. I tried to dispel the thought in my mind, fearing that I would really fall in love with Han Xiyin, so I whispered to her, "Stay for a while and then leave. I will come back to find you when I am free. Looking for that thing of mine." Han Xiyin touched me there with her finger. When she touched me like this, I immediately felt it again. Actually, I know it's not good to do this with Han Xiyin, but she always teases me like this, which makes me a little bit unbearable. Barely suppressing the urge to take advantage of her, I helplessly grabbed Han Xiyin's hand and said, "My dear sister, please stop making trouble. Last time I stayed at your house for a night, I became unlucky when I came back. Don't make fun of me, I'll come back to play with you, and we can talk about some green topics." I don't want to talk to you about any green topics. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I just came to see you. If you have anything, come to me. Han Xiyin hugged me gently again, then opened the door and prepared to leave the office. It was just a coincidence that Tang Yuxin didn't notice me performing in the office for the whole morning, but Tang Yuxin saw me when Han Xiyin was with me. When Han Xiyin was about to leave the office, Tang Yuxin walked in with a book, and heard the sound of Han Xiyin opening the door and then locking it. Han Xiyin is a smart girl, and she has noticed the special relationship between Tang Yuxin and I. When she saw Tang Yuxin bump into us in the office, Han Xiyin's face suddenly changed. In order not to implicate me, Han Xin pretended to be fierce and said to Tang Yuxin, "Teacher Tang Yuxin, what a coincidence." "What a coincidence," Tang Yuxin said with a smile. "Har har, your student is very rich. When I run out of money, I'll ask him for help," Han Xin said. "He is indeed very rich," said Tang Yuxin. After a few simple words, Han Xin turned her waist and left. When she left, Tang Yuxin's face turned cold instantly, and she sat on the chair and didn't want to talk to me. Explanation is covering up, and covering up is making up stories. Actually, I was quite smart, so I just kept silent and studied with my book, pretending that nothing had happened between me and Han Xin. As time went by, Tang Yuxin looked at the lesson plan for a while and finally couldn't help herself. Putting the lesson plan down, Tang Yuxin looked at me coldly for a while and said, "What is your relationship with Han Xin?" "I don't mind." Although Tang Yuxin said she didn't mind, her tone was a little jealous. I had something to hide, so I didn't dare to say anything. I chose to keep silent. When she saw me pretending to be dumb, her pretty face turned red and she became even angrier. After thinking for a while, she immediately stood up and locked the office door, then pinched my waist hard, hit me again and said, "Wang Yu, you've made me unable to sleep these past 2 days, but you're living a carefree life, right? You went to spend the night at the home of the beautiful Han Xin, and you hid in the office with Han Xin to do bad things." She actually knew. After hearing what Tang Yuxin said, my face turned pale. Then I stared at her with my eyes wide open, my mouth half open, not knowing what to say. Chapter 35: The Prince's Helper. At noon, eating with Li Mingxi in the school cafeteria has become a habit. When I saw Li Mingxi holding the chopsticks and looking helpless, I couldn't help laughing after thinking about it. I picked up a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and put it into her mouth and said, "R." Looking at me expressionlessly, Li Mingxi opened her cherry lips and took my chopsticks. "Where's your fork?" I asked her with a smile. "I forgot to bring it." Li Mingxi held the chopsticks awkwardly and said expressionlessly, "Li Mingxi is a very good girl, but she has a shortcoming that others don't know about, that is, she doesn't know how to use chopsticks. Only my uncle, the Li family, and I know this secret. She is a star student. I am feeding her with chopsticks, which makes the students around me envious. She has no expression on her face. She eats a small portion of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a small portion of rice, then waves her hand and says, 'I'm full.' Sister, although we don't have any feelings for each other, after being with you for a long time, I found that you are very cute." I was in a good mood after reconciling with Tang Yuxin. Looking at the cute Li Mingxi in front of me, she became even cuter. "Tell me what you need from me." Li Mingxi took out a small pack of tissues, wiped his mouth expressionlessly and said, "I want to deal with Director Liu. I have evidence that he owes debts. I also have evidence that the principal took money, and I can ask the principal to fire him. But I am too lazy to find the principal, so I want you to help me get rid of him. You must be confident in dealing with a small fry like Director Liu, right?" I said. "When will we deal with him?" Li Mingxi asked me. "Let's wait for him to come over and die." I thought about it and said, "Okay, but I also have something to tell you." Li Mingxi asked me. "What's the matter?" I asked. "Wang Meng from your school, the so-called school boss, told me a very interesting secret today. He thought I was your girlfriend and told me that you and Han Xin had an improper relationship." Li Mingxi said. "Bitch." After hearing what Li Mingxi said, I couldn't help but curse her viciously. Wang Meng's idea is very interesting. I can pretend to be your girlfriend all the time. First, I can show off in front of your classmates. Second, I can confuse the prince's people. The prince and his people don't know that you are from the Li family. As for why Wang Meng told me such a secret, I guess the prince is going to take action against you. Wang Meng, he didn't dare to provoke us. But they came to provoke us, which proves that someone is behind him. As for Director Liu you mentioned, I heard that the incident that happened that night when the prince lost his things was related to him. He owed Gao Gili a large loan, and he ran away that night, so you had the opportunity to get the prince's things from the yellow-haired guy. He should have continued to hide from his debts, but he shows up now. Don't you think there is something wrong here?" Li Mingxi looked at me expressionlessly. "Was he also sent by the prince to deal with me?" I said. "That's right. They want Wang Meng to sow discord between us and let Director Liu make things difficult for your Tang Yuxin. But these are all child's play. If I'm not mistaken, they will definitely send a more powerful person. This person is the most important person to deal with us. Li Mingxi said. Who is this person? I asked. I don't know for now, but I'll know soon. Seeing that I had finished my meal, Li Mingxi took out a tissue with an expressionless face and wiped my mouth, then stood up and left the cafeteria. Li Mingxi, my goddess, is actually wiping that loser's mouth. A gangster among the crowd nearby immediately shouted excitedly. Ignoring the jerk, I left the cafeteria and went straight back to class. When I got back to class, I saw Lin Shanshan begging the monitor, "Monitor, I have a stomachache. Can you help me buy something outside? You go by yourself. Aren't I tired of running errands?" The squad leader looked at Lin Shanshan with disdain. After being fired as monitor, he was hit hard. He was no longer as pretentious as before, and became very willful and did whatever he wanted. I saw that Lin Shanshan looked a bit pitiful, so I walked up to her and said, "What do you want to buy? I'll buy it for you." You? Lin Shanshan looked at me in surprise. Yeah. I nodded slightly. Seeing my complicated expression, Lin Shanshan thought for a moment and took out 100 yuan and said, 2 boxes of chocolate beans, 2 bags of potato chips, and 2 bottles of crystal grapes. One is yours and one is mine. Is this what you eat for lunch? I asked with a smile. I have my period and my stomach hurts. I don't want to go to the cafeteria to eat. Lin Shanshan's face turned red. Lin Shanshan actually told me such a private matter. After hearing her words, I couldn't help but look at her in surprise for a long time. And the squad leader saw that the relationship between Lin Shanshan and I had become so good. He immediately snorted and said, "Bitch. Li Ren, you are no longer the class monitor. I still regard you as a good friend. But you treated me like this and scolded me. You really disappoint me. If you scold me again, do you believe that I will go to my sister?" After hearing the class monitor's cold snort, Lin Shanshan immediately became angry. "Go find that bitch and Xiyin and ask her to beat me to death. Damn it, I'm nothing now, who should I be afraid of?" The monitor looked at me with resentment, stood up and ran out of the classroom. "Fuck, you actually dare to scold Sister Yin." After hearing what the squad leader said, several hooligans stood up. "Forget it." I waved my hands and said to those hooligans. Because of Han Xiyin and Li Mingxi, I now have a high status in the class. After listening to what I said, those hooligans nodded to me and immediately stopped arguing with the monitor. I was actually quite angry when the monitor scolded Han Xiyin, but I don't know why, I suddenly felt sorry for the monitor. If I let him go on like this, his life would definitely be ruined. In the afternoon, I walked to Tang Yuxin's office and said, "Teacher Tang Yuxin, can Li Ren be the class monitor?" Chapter 36, Li Mingxi's Strength. "Sister Han, this boy is a bit useless. You must get the prince's account book back and avenge my broken leg," said the yellow-haired man. "Don't worry. As long as I, by Han, want to get close to someone, there is no one I can't get close to. But he saw my face today. I have to wait for a day or two for him to forget about me before I can continue to get close to him," Bai Han said after thinking for a while. I had already walked quite far, and I thought that the girl that Wang Mao and his friends had just bullied was pretty good looking. I felt a little regretful and couldn't help but look back. Seeing that the girl was still surrounded by the yellow-haired guy, I thought about it and decided to forget it. The yellow-haired guy and I had no grudges against each other, and I even broke his leg because of him, so I should not go over and provoke him. As for the fact that I stole such an important thing from the prince, why didn't he come to deal with me personally and take me away directly? I think it's because of Li Mingxi's identity. Li Mingxi is often around me now, so it's even harder for him to deal with me. If he really catches me, tortures me severely, and forces me to hand over the account book to Li Mingxi, that would be bad. Now, he can only test me little by little and send his men to do small things to me. Only when I really hand over his account book to Li Mingxi and his situation is in danger, he will bite me to death like a mad dog. Now, the relationship between me, the Crown Prince, and Li Mingxi is very delicate. They all want to get the account book in my hand, but the account book has been tightly held by me. They can only deal with me in their own way to prevent the account book from falling into the hands of the other party. Li Mingxi was responsible for protecting me and preventing the prince from taking the account book. The prince sent someone to watch me and find a way to get the account book back and prevent it from falling into Li Mingxi's hands. When I got home, I had just cooked a bowl of instant noodles when Li Mingxi and Tang Yuxin came back together. They also came back with someone who surprised me, Lin Shanshan. Seeing me holding the instant noodles and preparing to eat, Tang Yuxin looked at me in surprise and said, "Wang Yu, you are so selfish. You cooked instant noodles but didn't even bring me a bowl." Har har, this just shows that he has no tact. Li Mingxi said expressionlessly when she saw that I didn't bring her share. Being complained by two beauties, Tang Yuxin and Li Mingxi, my face immediately turned red. Then I looked at Lin Shanshan in surprise and said to them unhappily, "You two are always elusive every day. Who knew you would come back so early, and come back together? If you want instant noodles, I'll cook another bowl for you." "No need, I'm losing weight at night." Seeing that I was embarrassed, Tang Yuxin smiled mischievously. "I'm also losing weight," Li Mingxi said. After listening to Tang Yuxin and Li Mingxi's words, I thought to myself that this was the case. Damn, although Li Mingxi is now at home, there is another beautiful woman in the house. But when she came to their house, I couldn't take advantage of Tang Yuxin at all. It's really like one monk carrying water in the river, and two monks carrying water in the river. It's okay if I don't take advantage of them, but the two of them have learned to bully me. And when Lin Shanshan saw the three of us living together, Li Mingxi, Tang Yuxin and I, her pretty face was filled with indescribable surprise. She stared at us with wide eyes for a long time before she came to her senses from the shock. "Teacher Tang Yuxin, Miss Li, Wang Yu, the three of you actually live together." It was no longer a secret that Tang Yuxin and I lived together. The last time she lost her temper with me in the office, many teachers and students knew about it. For them, it is a common thing to rent a house near the school and meet teachers. Because the conditions of the teachers' dormitory are relatively poor, many teachers will come out to rent a house. For young students, it is nothing to let 8 students squeeze into a room without a toilet, but it is very interesting. But for these adults, it is a bit unbearable to let 2 teachers squeeze into a room without a toilet. After all, they all have private lives. When students who rent a house meet teachers, no one will worry too much. For teachers, it means having an extra free labor at home. For students, it means having a big brother who can take care of them at school. Lin Shanshan didn't know that Tang Yuxin and I lived together yet. She was so surprised to see us together. She didn't think too much, she just thought too much when she saw me and Li Mingxi living together. "You two are living together, and living together in front of teacher Tang Yuxin. How outrageous." "Yes." Li Mingxi had a blank expression on his face and held my arm in a pretended intimacy. She thought Li Mingxi was my girlfriend, and when she saw how close Li Mingxi and I were, she couldn't help but look at Tang Yuxin. Tang Yuxin knew she was my cousin, so she smiled and explained to me. Lin Shanshan wanted to make progress, and she asked me some questions about her studies, so I brought her home. Only then did I know why Lin Shanshan showed up, and I thought she was really making a fuss. Then after thinking for a while, I said to her, "Lin Shanshan, you can come to my house to study, but don't be so mean and say anything. I know, you and Li Mingxi live together." Lin Shanshan glared at me fiercely, emphasizing the word, living together. After hearing what Lin Shanshan said, I couldn't help but look at Li Mingxi helplessly. "Teacher Tang Yuxin, Wang Yu and Li Mingxi live together, don't you care about them?" When Lin Shanshan and Tang Yuxin were studying, she thought for a moment and asked. Tang Yuxin is actually a very naughty girl with a playful personality. She couldn't help teasing Lin Shanshan and said, "Shanshan, do you know? Wang Yu and Li Mingxi's families are very rich. It's in the family's interest for them to be together. They are engaged. They have been engaged since childhood and look so well matched. How can I control them? Li Mingxi is really Wang Yu's fiancé." After hearing Tang Yuxin's words, Lin Shanshan immediately took a breath of cold air. She didn't expect that the plot in the novel would actually appear in reality. Chapter 37, Noisy. I know Li Mingxi's terrifying strength. She was often taken to the army by her grandfather since she was a child, and she learned from many top masters in the army. When she was in the 3rd grade of elementary school, she was able to beat up several junior high school hooligans who bullied her classmates and made them run around. In terms of seniority, a top master like Bingchuan can only call her senior sister. Many years have passed, and Li Mingxi is now even stronger. Her best grappling skills, breaking bones and tendons, have already reached the master level. This is the sister, because she is my uncle's daughter, my grandfather's granddaughter. My grandfather gave her everything he had since she was young, but I am just a grandson, a son born by a live-in son-in-law. My grandfather often said that grandsons are dogs, they will leave after eating. I am the child of my mother's unmarried pregnancy, and in my grandfather's eyes I am a wild dog. So, my grandfather gave all the good things to Li Mingxi, but I got nothing. Li Mingxi is the pride of the Li family, but I am just a waste of the Li family. I no longer felt unbalanced, I was used to this kind of treatment. When I opened the door for Director Liu, I couldn't help but take a deep breath, hoping that Li Mingxi could help me get revenge and beat this beast to death. When the door opened, Director Liu's smile became even more ferocious. He pushed the door open quickly, fearing that I would close the door and squeeze into the living room, and then he closed and locked the door. He couldn't wait to kill us, but he didn't know that he was eager to die. He was holding a nunchaku in his hand, and when he saw Li Mingxi, Tang Yuxin, Lin Shanshan, two big beauties and a little beauty, he was stunned for a moment. He thought that only Tang Yuxin and I were at home, but he didn't expect to have a meaningful harvest today. An obscene and greedy smile suddenly appeared on his face. Tang Yuxin and Lin Shanshan had already heard about Li Mingxi's strength. So when they saw Director Liu breaking into their house, they were not afraid, but just stared at Director Liu's every move without saying a word. In Director Liu's opinion, I was just a child whose hair had not yet fully grown, and Tang Yuxin, Li Mingxi and Lin Shanshan were just three delicate and weak women. He has the final say in this family, and he is going to be the emperor here tonight. This is easy, life is pretty good. He bent over and walked around the house, lifted the lid of the kitchen pot with his hand, and opened the refrigerator to take a look. He saw a lot of high-end snacks bought by Li Mingxi in the refrigerator, then walked out and stared at us fiercely. Liu Sanmiao, you actually dare to come back. Although Tang Yuxin didn't want to talk to Director Liu, she couldn't help but show her anger when she saw Director Liu's arrogant look. Har har, why shouldn't I dare to come back? This is my home. Director Liu smiled, then walked to the sofa and sat down comfortably. Then, he threw the nunchaku in his hand to the side. Although Li Mingxi said that Director Liu was just a small-time hoodlum who was not worth mentioning and that she could easily defeat such a hoodlum, Lin Shanshan was still frightened by Director Liu when he threw the nunchaku and it made a loud noise. Lin Shanshan was just an ordinary girl. She couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw that Director Liu, who looked so upright in school, was actually such a dark and vicious person behind the scenes. She felt that her worldview had been severely refreshed by him. Director Liu was staring at the three girls, Lin Shanshan, Li Mingxi and Tang Yuxin, in a lewd way. From their petite feet, he saw their slender legs. Then he looked up at their bulging breasts. Li Mingxi didn't have any, so she could be excluded. Then he looked at their beautiful faces, each with its own unique beauty, and gradually he felt something, thinking that he was in luck tonight. Good, all are very good. None of you should leave here tonight. Director Liu took out a cigarette and bit it in his mouth. Director Liu, what are you doing? Lin Shanshan was suddenly scared. What? Ask Tang Yuxin, ask her cousin what she wants to do. Director Liu said coldly. After hearing what Director Liu said, Lin Shanshan couldn't help but look at Tang Yuxin. Tang Yuxin was an absolute goddess, and she couldn't imagine that a goddess-level figure like Tang Yuxin would have anything to do with a bloated and fat old man like Director Liu. Tang Yuxin, she didn't expect that Director Liu would be so mean and presumptuous in front of his students. Director Liu lit up the cigarette, took a deep breath and said, "Little beauty, what happened between me and your teacher Tang Yuxin has nothing to do with you. But now that you are here, I'm afraid you will be implicated by her. That bitch made me owe a lot of high-interest loans. Damn it, the interest has doubled and I can't pay it back. She made me get hit by Gao Gili's car and beaten by Gao Gili and a bunch of bastards. I was afraid that Gao Gili would come to school to collect the debt from me, so I was too scared to go to work. After all, I am the director of the teaching department. Now I have fallen into such a situation. If I don't have fun with you guys, I, Liu, will not be willing to die." Director Liu yelled. Lin Shanshan was not stupid. Although she did not hear what kind of grudges Director Liu and Tang Yuxin had, she covered her mouth and said, "Director Liu, you are not going to bully me and Teacher Liu, are you? How could you do this to us? Fuck, this little beauty seems to be a virgin." Seeing Lin Shanshan's frightened look, Director Liu's eyes suddenly became vulgar again. Then he pointed at me coldly and said to me, "Little brat, I'll deal with you later. Let me feel comfortable first, then I'll play with you properly. Although I have the account book of Director Liu's debts, if we fight alone, I am definitely no match for a fat guy like him." But with a thug like my cousin Li Mingxi around, I am afraid of him. At that time, I was too lazy to play with him with the account book, and I just scolded him disdainfully. How big of a fool are you? Chapter 38, The End of Director Liu. With a crisp sound, the bloated and obese Director Liu was slapped to the ground by Li Mingxi. Li Mingxi still had no expression on his face and looked indescribably cold. What is more worth mentioning is that Li Mingxi is a petite girl, and her height is only about 1.6 meters. Seeing such a petite girl like Li Mingxi knock Director Liu to the ground with a slap, Tang Yuxin and Lin Shanshan looked at Li Mingxi with indescribable astonishment. Director Liu didn't expect that he would be slapped down by Li Mingxi. He just blinked and stared at Li Mingxi for a long time. This slap really hurt Director Liu. He saw stars and half of his cheek was swollen. He thought he was seeing things, and then he looked at me fiercely and said, "You little bastard, were you the one who hit me just now?" "It's not me. I know Li Mingxi's strength, so I won't pretend unless I'm forced to." "Damn, who hit me?" Director Liu asked, rubbing his face. "It's me," Li Mingxi said expressionlessly. After hearing what Li Mingxi said, Director Liu looked at her in surprise for a long time. Then he thought about it, as if he suspected that what happened just now was fake. He got up from the ground, took Li Mingxi's little hand and gestured on his face twice. Then, he smiled as if he found it very interesting. "Little beauty, you slapped me, it hurts. It will hurt even more." As fast as lightning, Li Mingxi slapped Director Liu hard on the face again. This time, Director Liu was hit by Li Mingxi and flew out. Then he fell heavily to the ground with a thud, and then he covered half of his cheek with his hands, almost crying in pain. He finally believed that the slap just now was given by Li Mingxi. He suddenly became furious, picked up the nunchaku on the ground, yelled, and rushed towards Li Mingxi's petite body. When Director Liu's bloated and obese body rushed over, his huge figure immediately brought a gust of black wind. When Tang Yuxin and Lin Shanshan saw Director Liu's aggressive look, they couldn't help but change color on their faces and shouted to Li Mingxi to be careful. Li Mingxi had a blank expression on her face, and she looked fearless when she saw Director Liu rushing towards her. When Director Liu was about to rush in front of her, Li Mingxi raised her snow-white little hand and hit him hard on the chest. Li Mingxi, who has been practicing martial arts in the army since he was a child, has profound inner strength. With this palm strike, Li Mingxi directly hit Director Liu and sent him flying. After Director Liu landed on the ground, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Li Mingxi with a pale face and said, You actually know martial arts." The old man in the family has been a soldier all his life. "If I grew up in the army and didn't have any skills, wouldn't I be laughed at?" Li Mingxi said coldly. "Who are you?" Director Liu looked flustered after hearing Li Mingxi's words. "Li Mingxi," she said coldly. At this moment, I clearly saw Director Liu's face change drastically. Li Mingxi, she is a star student in the city. Who doesn't know her name? Her status as the top scorer in liberal arts for 2 consecutive years has already made teachers and many students in 9 schools know her name. And her identity as the daughter of a general casts a layer of mystery on her. Li Mingxi, that is a person whose words count more than the principal in the city's key number 1 middle school. The power of the Li family is enough to cover the sky with one hand in this city. Director Liu knew immediately that he had hit a wall. When Gao Gili let him go and promised him a period of grace to let him come back to work, he didn't even tell him that there was such a tough guy around me. Gao Gili, he is using Director Liu as cannon fodder. He deliberately sent Director Liu to cause trouble for us, wanting to test Li Mingxi's bottom line. If someone comes to provoke us, what will happen? With a quick turn of his eyes, Director Liu realized that he had been used by Gao Gili. Not to mention that Li Mingxi was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Even in a one-on-one duel, 10 Director Lius would not be enough for her to defeat. Thinking of this, Director Liu immediately said to Li Mingxi, "Okay, it turns out to be the eldest daughter of the Li family. Today, I, Liu, admit defeat, and we will settle our accounts later. Look back. Wouldn't it be better to settle things together now?" Li Mingxi said expressionlessly. Director Liu was just being polite, trying to save some face for himself. Seeing that Li Mingxi didn't want to let him go, his face turned even paler and he turned around and wanted to run away. However, he had locked the door when he came in. At this moment, he opened the door in a panic, repeatedly locking and twisting the door, and it was so difficult to open it again. At this moment, Director Liu suddenly slammed heavily against the iron gate. It was Li Mingxi, who had transformed into a white shadow and kicked him hard from behind. With a loud bang, Director Liu immediately pressed himself against the door and spat out a mouthful of blood. With just 2 moves, Li Mingxi had already killed half of Director Liu. Director Liu became even more frightened, and he endured the huge pain in his body to unlock the door, and then rolled down the stairs with a grumble. Want to run? Seeing Director Liu rolling down the stairs, Li Mingxi put on his shoes expressionlessly and walked out of the house to find him. I was so pleased to see Li Mingxi beat Director Liu into such a miserable state. I hurriedly put on my shoes and turned to Tang Yuxin and said, "Wife, today you see how we will avenge you." When I followed Li Mingxi downstairs, Director Liu had just rolled out of the corridor. At this moment, blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, and there were several bloody cuts on his forehead and hands. There are only a few people in the city who can beat someone to the point of vomiting blood with just 2 moves. Bing Chuan is one, Ling Yang is another, and Li Mingxi is also a master here. When Director Liu rolled and crawled forward, and kept looking back at the expressionless Li Mingxi showed a strange expression on his face, and turned into a white shadow and flashed towards Director Liu again. With one kick, Li Mingxi directly hit Director Liu's waist. I was standing not far away, and I heard Director Liu's waist make a click, and the whole person flew out. Chapter 39. Sorry, I want to study hard. Is it useless? Looking at the vehicles flowing like water downstairs, the prince lit a cigarette and said coldly, "It's useless. This person will never be useful again." Gao Gili said solemnly. After hearing Gao Gili's words, the prince turned around and smiled coldly. It seems that the boy surnamed Wang is very important to Miss Li. Do you think they are truly in love? Prince, I never believe there is any true love in this world. A girl with a delicate appearance and a pair of beautiful double eyelids leaned on the bed behind Gao Gili and the prince and smiled delicately. After hearing what the girl said, the prince couldn't help but look at her for a while. However, he didn't have any intention of making a move on this girl. Because this girl has thorns, she is the famous Juya Qing Bai Han. Taking a deep puff of his cigarette, the prince put away his desire for girls and said, "Bai Han, it seems that you are the only one who can compete with Li Mingxi. I spent a lot of money to invite you. If you can't get close to that kid surnamed Wang to help me get the account book back, I'm afraid I will be disappointed." "Prince, are you looking down on me?" Bai Han smiled. "I dare not." The prince shook his head slightly. "Har har, I have already completed the admission procedures for their school. What Li Mingxi can do, I, Bai Han, can do too. Tomorrow morning, I will approach that kid named Wang as his junior schoolmate and have some fun with him." With a sneer, Bai Han lazily stood up and left the room. On this side, Tang Yuxin, Li Mingxi and I were sitting in a small restaurant celebrating. We were celebrating that Li Mingxi had helped us get rid of Director Liu, and from now on Director Liu would never appear in our world again. That person is a scumbag. Even though Li Mingxi's methods were a bit cruel, that scumbag deserved it. From the time Director Liu was deposed until we celebrated in the hotel, Tang Yuxin's eyes were always red. I felt pity for her and gently wiped her red eyes and said, "Wife, Director Liu has been deposed by my sister, and my sister has helped you get revenge. From now on, you should forget about Director Liu. If you don't mind, you can always remember it in your heart. You, Tang Yuxin, gave me your first time, and I, Wang Yu, will be responsible for you. No, you should not be held responsible for Liu Sanmia's shameless behavior. You are still you, the clean Wang Yu, but I am dirty." Tang Yuxin said. "Tang Yuxin, you are not dirty at all. You are very clean. You are much cleaner than many girls." I frowned deeply, with a hint of anger in my tone. After hearing what I said, Tang Yuxin was deeply moved. After thinking for a while, Tang Yuxin lowered her long eyelashes and said, "Wang Yu, if you really like me, I can be your girlfriend. But if you meet another girl you like, I will still wish you the best. I am not worthy of you and I am not qualified to be the one you marry." "You are qualified." I grabbed Tang Yuxin's hand. Knowing that I really like her, Tang Yuxin thought about it and smiled. "Well, if you think I'm qualified, then I am qualified. If you are of marriageable age and you don't have a wife and I don't have a husband, I, Tang Yuxin, am willing to marry you. And if you have a girl you like, I, Tang Yuxin, still don't mind and am willing to stay by your side forever like now. Come, let's drink. Let's toast to our talented and best Li Mingxi." Tang Yuxin said with a slightly blushing face, raising the glass and looking at Li Mingxi sincerely. Cheers. Li Mingxi rarely smiled and picked up the wine glass and drank it all. I have confirmed that Li Mingxi knows Tang Yuxin's miserable life experience. Otherwise, she would not have taught Director Liu such a lesson. She taught Director Liu a lesson for Tang Yuxin, or for me. At this moment, I looked at my cousin with facial paralysis beside me and thought she was so cute. Suddenly, I had a bold idea. Tang Yuxin is a good student and a professional teacher. Li Mingxi is so good at studying because she has a high IQ and can get the first place in the exam even if she doesn't study. If I let Li Mingxi teach me, I will definitely not make any progress. Maybe, I can ask Li Mingxi to teach me martial arts. I can ask Tang Yuxin to teach me, and Li Mingxi to teach me martial arts. Even if the Li family doesn't train me, I can still find someone to train me. Sister, when will you teach me martial arts? I was a little embarrassed to open my mouth, but because I longed to be as powerful as Li Mingxi, I couldn't help but ask her tentatively. Any time is fine. Li Mingxi said. After hearing what Li Mingxi said, I was immediately excited. Damn, my sister is so generous that she agreed to teach me martial arts. It seems that I underestimated this sister and treated her as an uncle and aunt. If I can become like Li Mingxi, I can act like her. I want to show off. That night, Tang Yuxin, Li Mingxi and I drank a lot, and all three of us were drunk. When we got home, Tang Yuxin staggered and lay on the sofa, too drunk to even go back to her bedroom. Li Mingxi and I endured and walked into the bedroom, then fell on the bed and breathed hard. These days, I have gotten used to sleeping with Li Mingxi in my arms. After thinking for a while, I hugged her in my arms again and put my hands on her chest. We are family, and there is no grudge between us. But today I suddenly became curious, so I touched her breasts for a while. In my impression, her clothes are always flat, and I feel that her breasts are about the same size as mine. But it feels good to touch, not that there is nothing, just a little small, just enough to hold with my hands. Have you touched enough? Li Mingxi's pretty face turned red from my touch, and she finally couldn't help but said coldly. Sister, do you have breasts? I asked in surprise. Get out. Li Mingxi took my hand away, then curled up into a ball and continued to sleep.